morning. Welcome to KUFM's Breakfast Show. Please tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Ernest Usilu.
Yeah.
Okay.
How are you?
I'm fine, thank you very much. How are you doing?
What did you do to along this morning? I'm so happy.
What I brought for her?
Yeah.
Excuse
you. Hey,
wait,
bros.
I've always been bringing things for her.
Bros. So I cannot be happy on my own. Charles has to be the source of my happiness.
I've always been the source of her happiness.
Yeah, I believe Charles.
You believe Charles? You are woken.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, wake your people up and come and be going.
I want to wake my family up this morning. I want to wake all Chelsea fans up this morning.
You sure? Are you sure?
Yeah.
They should sleep, they should sleep.
They will wake up with tears, it will end in tears.
In boxing, I want to wake them up this morning. I want to wake Jordan for every time I'm very sorry about Chelsea losing.
You said endurance is very what?
Tell Jordan that I am very sorry about the lose of Chelsea.
This guy is he's being sarcastic. He's trying to mock Chelsea fans by waking them up.
Oh, it's a pity.
Hey God. Now I understand what is happening here. Hey God.
So what should I wake them up with?
Boxing. I want to wake them up.
Hey God.
Why people like this? Somebody cannot be happy in peace.
Somebody cannot lose match in peace. So.
I mean, now there's always a win and losing time now. People should allow Chelsea to lose in peace. Hey, hello.
I don't first lose.
It's every time that you're winning.
Well, we won yesterday. We won day before yesterday.
Hello.
Good morning, Benin City. Good morning, Delta State. Good morning, Edo State. Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Africa. Good morning, the whole world. In fact, good morning, Old Trafford, Theatre Dreams.
Theatre of Dreams, yeah. That's what. But they didn't play it at Theatre of Dreams now. They played it at Stamford Bridge now. Even if
Yeah. And we went there to break it, you know?
Even if they said the Stamford Bridge, they built it with stone and sand.
You break it, they say the stronger thing now, that is United. You know how we go.
United of the Sweet Boys.
They use not to play that they are going to do this, they are going to play white and red on Man U. Now, look at now.
Just look at.
Just look at now.
Look at.
Alright, quickly, let's get you to wake your friends and family up.
Yeah. You people are going to wake everybody. And by the way, firstly, Dr. Kurete said he is the president of us. I'm not sure because we have our president.
Oh.
But I think we have a post for him. He will be our patron.
Our
president. We have our president already.
He will be our what?
Patron.
Okay,
our patron, yes.
Okay, we'll consider him. Okay, no problem.
Yes. Okay. I hope you guys slept well.
Very well, my brother. Very well.
Patron.
So, all right. I want to say very big happy birthday to Omoya, my darling. Happy birthday to her. And you people are going to wake everybody in the planet with to bam with Omoya, with good news, blessing, Ushoke, grace, with Victor, with the senior special advisor to the governor on illegal marriage and private enjoyment, Barrister Shoki, the Shokilizer, Rosa, the son of Ibeka, he is the sport maestro, and also Sonsi, the sport Berlusconi, Ogasali, Ibrahim, the sport Ibrakadabra, with the Beduma Sankwana, Musakari, Wajachi, the Keja, the Beduma Sankwana, with Genomo, DJ Sampler, DJ Bureau, with Esther, the daughter of Mohammed, she's my star girl, with her up, with Benjamin, Boxy Campino, the son of the Snakes, wake all of them up, and wake all the UFN fans and family, everybody, all the fans club, wake all the sweet boys, not forgetting all the Manchester United, wake everybody with their cha-cha-rap.
All right.
But DJ Smith, how did Maguire not get red? If I don't want to listen to Sports Fiesta, they will explain how he did not get a red card.
Let me hear you scream, 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 no, let me hear you scream, let let me hear me scream. 92.7 it is, and you are welcome. This is the KU Breakfast starting up with Cha-Cha. We are going down and we are going hard. We are going forever on top the breakfast show, yeah. Okay, all right.
All right, let's go to the text platform. Good morning, Charles. Hope you slept well.
Yes,
Wake
I
up,
did.
my family, Endurance, Evelyn, Soba, Star Girl, Tabitha, Sandra, Alsewa, DJ Smith, Engineer Uche using Cha-Cha Rap. Nice boy.
All right, nice. Well, thank you very much.
Good morning. No, you guys are very tricky. Maybe you just hear us start reading the text messages. You start sending me your messages. Good morning, Charles and Orlando. Just want to say a big thank you to everyone who wished me well on my birthday. The calls and shout-outs was overwhelming. Special regards to my wife and daughter, Ilus, Nice Boy, Endurance, Amadi Aime, Sapipiripi, Fred, Jennifer, and all KUFM fans worldwide. Thank you, Charles and Orlando from Elder Iwaka, well worldwide.
And I did not see your cake. Don't
I
worry.
don't know whether it's audio birthday that you just did. I don't understand. Good morning, guys. My name is Yure. Please wake my family, the family of Onogojebi. I hope I got that correct.
Don't say it. Don't get it correct.
Good morning, Within City. Good morning, Uromi City. Good morning, Charles and God's love. I want to wake my family, Emankus and Eterebe, the number one person in Edo State, Mr. Godwin Obaseki, and the number two person, Philip Shuaibu, Archbishop of Within City Diocese, Most Reverend Dr. Augustine Obiora Kubeze, Very Reverend Father Isaac, Reverend Father Ben, Very Reverend Father Greg Ekato, all members of Holy Trinity Catholic Church, Namayo, Endurance and DJ Smith, and everybody in their list, all Arsenal fan. Keep the faith, the Lord is our strength, with Cha-Cha Rap, Wilfred from Opa Sakumba. Good morning, Benin City. Until you rise, you will not rise. I am wishing my Sosos happy 3 years anniversaries, more years ahead. In Jesus' name, from Edith.
So, Baba. Okay, now.
My Sosos.
Is it her child, her son, or... Her son is not married now. It must be Susus, our old Susus that we know.
Good morning, Nigeria. Good morning, Edo State. Good morning, Within City. And good morning, Orlando and Charles. My name is Enauro Samson, the Ogabal Gadima, one of KUFM. I want to wake the following people with Cha-Cha Rap. They are my lovely mom, Mrs. Esther Enauro, my elder brother, Mr. Sunday Enauro, and other siblings, my lovely wife, Mrs. Selena Enauro, and my lovely children, Mrs. Jean Ukwenye Enauro, Bishop Dr. Chris Otaibe and family, Mr. Fred Newton, all KUFM fans and families, all staff and management of KUFM Radio, all ITV man around town crew, EBS Waka, Mr. Obeide Nusa Iyama, Mrs. Blessing M. Eriofolo, Pastor Solomon Osegale, Mr. Ofosa Korobo Samson, Reverend Samuel Osega, Reverend Augustine Ikwegbe, Mr. Jerry Onokwa, Mr. Matthew Ayodele Ojo, Mr. Daniel Izehi Ojo, Mr. Martins Ogievia, Mr. Charles H.A., Mr. Ode Eragbai, Mr. Chris Eragbe, Mr. Demola Alawiye. All right, and the final message here, happy birthday to Omoye. I pray the grass beneath her feet always be green, the sky that she walks beneath always be blue. May her life always overflow with happiness and love. May her birthday and every day be filled with the warmth and sunshine, the happiness of smiles, the feeling of love and sharing of cheers. May the Lord continue to bless her and be with her. May His Holy Spirit guide and lead her. May He cause Omoye to excel, flourish, and prosper. Who they pray this?
This is a long-term preaching.
Flourish and prosper. Many more years to come. I pray she enjoys every moment of her life. Amen. Endurance from Airport Road. Really? Hey, Andy, baby. All right, those are the messages that we are taking right now this morning. And we are heading back to the playlist. Remember, at 6:15, we are coming back with the weather report. And today in history, don't touch that dial. It's still the K Breakfast Show on 92.7 KUFM.
We're back. This is how we put it down. You know what I'm talking about. Turn up the volume.
92.7.
Time I feel there's no one to save me. This all and nothing really got away, driving me crazy. I need somebody to hear, somebody to know, somebody to have, it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you numbed all the pain. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. I'm going under, and this time I fear there's no one to turn to. This all and nothing way of loving, go be sleeping without you. I need somebody to know, somebody to hear, somebody to have, just to know how it feels. It's easy to say, but it's never the same. I guess I kinda like the way you help me escape. Now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love. And I tend to close my eyes when it hurts. Sometimes I fall into your arms. I'll be safe with your sound till I come back around. For now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you love, but now the day bleeds into nightfall, and you're not here to get me through it all. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved. I let my guard down, and then you pulled the rug. I was getting kinda used to being someone you loved.
Come right back.
Let's get back to the music.
KUFM 92.7.
I
Baby, better, no carry you. Better, no carry you. I need that, no carry you. I need that, no carry you. Baby, better, no carry you.
Drop the beat. Here we go.
92.7.
They make me dream. I'm falling for you long time, yeah, yeah. Let's see what I can do, I'm in love and I'm
Stalking your exes. Follow us on Facebook at KUFM Nigeria.
Yeah, with a slow wine. I don't need a guideline to undo that waistline. Let's take a trip to Cloud9. Make a stop, I'm a high. This girl, I'm drunk on your moonshine. Stop signs, oh baby, you are mine. I'm feeling something's love in the air. Girl, I'm loving your way up. Teasing me now, I'm wanting more. I think I'm drunk in love. If I pass out, will you wake me with more love? I know this is your love, feel like a lifetime. Although this is your love, they never leave my side. I know this is your love, feel like a lifetime. Although this is your love, they never leave my side. Hold on, did I ever mention? I don't want no option. Give me all or nothing. I know be your side. Hey, you.
More music, more variety. Turn it up. 92.7.
Turn your radio up.
92.7.
Leg out.
Get all the detailed information you need right now about the weather on the KU Weather Report, weekdays at 6:15 a.m.
right, guys, welcome back. It's 17 minutes going past 6, and you're still listening to the KU Breakfast Show on 92.7 KUFM. My name is Orlando, and of course, I've got Charles in the building. It's time for us to tell you what the weather will be looking like today. And we're starting off with Benin City, and it's in the Benin City we'll be telling you right now. So checking out the weather in Benin City right now, it's partly cloudy. Temperature is at 26 degrees Celsius. And moving on, we're going to have a foggy day at 8 a.m. Temperature will be at 26 degrees Celsius, and precipitation will be at 15%. Now, before I move on, according to the prediction of NIMET, they have predicted that this year's rain will begin from February 24th. So if you're leaving your house any moment from February 23rd, from next week, try as much as you can to close your windows, shut all available holes you think water can penetrate into your house. That is the prediction of NIMET, and I'm sure the country is ready for this year's rain. All right, let's move on. And moving on to 11 a.m., it's going to be partly cloudy. Temperature will be at 32 degrees Celsius. And we're going to be having isolated thunderstorms at 2 p.m. Temperature will be at 34 degrees Celsius with a little bit of shower, okay? And we're gradually crawling into the rainy season. And moving on at 4 p.m., temperature will be at 35 degrees Celsius. It's going to be partly cloudy, and precipitation will be at 21%. And moving on to wrap up the day at 10 p.m., temperature will be at 29 degrees Celsius. It's going to be clear with periodic clouds. Precipitation, it's at 3%. Like I said, the night, it has always been a hot night ever since the Hamatan told us, adieu Nigerians, and the hot weather told us, welcome Nigerians. Anyways, guys, that's the weather forecast for Benin City. Let's go check out what happens today in history.
Today in history, a chronological timeline of great events that occurred on this day. Learn about what happened across the globe in politics, education, science, medicine, sports, arts, music, entertainment, and other spheres of human existence. Today in history, a look back into time on the Breakfast Show of 92.7 KUFM.
Welcome back, and like we said, today's date is February 18th, 2020. But let's take you back, or let me rather take you back to the year 1930. It was on this day that Pluto was discovered. Pluto happened to be the 9th planet. It was discovered in the year February 18, 1930 by Clyde Tombaugh. Okay?
Have you been there before?
Have you been there before?
It's a question.
Why will you be asking me that kind of question? Have you been there before? I know you're going to ask. I just knew you're going to look for a way to ask me a very. This is a very funny question. How can you be asking me if I've been to Pluto before?
Okay.
In my spirit or in my.
A very question. Do you know what I want to take you there?
I don't want to go.
Okay.
You go. By the way, Pluto is a dwarf planet, okay? It was when, Clyde was flipping through his photograph that was taken months earlier that he saw Pluto.
All right. On this day in 2014, the Ukrainian Revolution of 2014 begins just as protesters, riot police, and unknown shooters took part in violent events in the capital city of Kiev. And after 5 days of violent protests, what we saw was the president, Viktor Yanukovych, was ousted. It just happened 6 years ago, 2014. That's when it happened. Since you don't want to tell me whether you've gone or you've not gone, no problem. Do you have a battery on your phone?
I have solar system on my phone.
Do you have a finger battery?
I don't use finger battery.
Are you one of those people that want your remote in your house?
You're asking me on my phone.
No, I want to ask, do you have finger battery? I didn't say on your phone.
The remote in my house.
Are you one of those people that when the phone...
It's not my... You said you do it. It's Nigerian attitude.
It's a question I asked.
We do it. Move on.
The battery was invented by Alessandro Volta. And guess what? He was born on this day in 1745. So he was a physicist and an inventor, and he invented, the battery. So if that guy did not invent the battery, many things would not have worked.
Somebody will still look for something that we invent that will make the thing work.
You guys always.
That's the thing. Somebody will say, look, maybe the person will invent paper and put electric.
That's the problem with people. Today is also the birthday of one of my favorite actors, John Travolta.
Yeah.
He was born on this day in 1954. One of my favorite actors. Like, the guy is good, man. It's so good. It's so good. It's a great actor. You know, he's someone you might want to look up to and say, man, that's
Then
my
in
guy.
sports, Lord help me as I want to pronounce this name.
Very prepared as you know that the name. Go ahead.
Anyway, today is the birthday of a Russian tennis player.
Pronounce the name now.
His name is Yevgeny Kafelnikov. I tried, yeah. He was born on this year, 1974. Today is his birthday. Like I said before, he's a Russian tennis player. So he's going to Google the pronunciation. Or you just ask Ibracadabra the pronunciation of the name.
Fine. Does it come from Russia?
No, it's assumed that he's a moving sports dictionary. So he should know the pronunciation of almost all the names.
Finally, on this day, so Kublai Khan was the lord of the Mongol horde. Now, he died on this day in 1294. Now, this is why Kublai Khan was remembered as a terror that he was. It is reputed that this man killed so many people in the world that the temperature of Earth reduced drastically because not too many people will be breathing oxygen again because of the number of people he killed. The Mongols were a tribe of nomads, nomadic people, warlike people. You know, they ravaged much of Central Asia and came to the fringes of the Roman Empire way back. So if you read history, you would know this guy, one of the Khans of Mongolia. Mongolia is an independent country today. They broke away from the USSR, you know, in 1991, if I'm not mistaken. So he died on this day in 1294.
All right, we're heading back to the playlist. We're coming back at 6:30 for the news dawn. Stick around. It's still a K Breakfast Show.
Now, back to the hits faster.
We are KU 927.
I'm all alive. If the point got to my head, say make I deny you. I go tell them, say lie. Don't be like that. I could spend all of my money on you. Spend a couple million on you. Give you love until you say don't do it. Special type of feeling that I feel when I'm with you. Want to mommy anytime where I deal with you. I want your heart and soul and your own body too. I can't let you go. I'm beginning to fall in love. Begin to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love. This love no be ordinary thing. It's supposed to be one night thing. But now I don't dey catch feelings. I dey vex when I see you with another person. No, I don't dey concentrate no more. Make you felicitate your love. Hold me tight and rub on my head, baby. You make I feel alright. Special type of feeling that I feel when I'm with you. On the mommy anytime where I deal with you. I want your heart and soul and your own body too. I can't let you go. I'm beginning to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love. I'm beginning to fall in love.
92.7.
All the programs on KU 92.7 are now open for sponsorship and advert placements. For sponsorship and advert placements, call now for inquiries 070-380-50243 or 080-8877-3644 or visit KUFM Marketing Office located at the top floor of the Enterprise Foundation Building, number 62, Ihama Road, Benin City, Edo State. 92.7 KUFM is your business growth partner.
We start your day from the break of dawn till midnight.
Like that wasn't clingy enough.
We went online and now you can listen to us via our website anywhere in the world.
Okay, stalker alert.
We told you to follow us on Instagram, Twitter, Snapchat, like our page on Facebook, and even add us up on WhatsApp.
Okay, this is definitely creepy.
Really? Well, guess what? We are now in your devices. KU 92.7 Radio is now officially an app for your smartphones, gadgets, and many devices. Simply go to Google Play Store and search for KU 92.7 Radio and download the app in less than 3 minutes. This app only works on Android devices for now. iOS and Windows devices coming soon. KUFM. Turn on excitement.
Classic hip hop. Turn it up. 92.7.
Ain't got a soapbox I can stand upon. God gave me a stage, a guitar, and a song. My daddy told me, son, don't you get involved in politics, religions, or the people's quote. I'll paint the picture, let me set the scene. I know when I have children, they will know what it means. And I'll pass on the things my family's given to me. Just love and understanding, positivity. We could change this whole world with a piano, add a bass, some guitar, grab a beat, and away we go. I'm just a boy with a one-man show. No university, no degree, but Lord knows everybody's talking about exponential growth and the stock market crashing in their portfolios. While I'll be sitting here with a song that I wrote, saying love could change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Love can change the world in a moment. But what do I know? Love can change the world in a moment. The revolution's coming, it's a minute away. I saw people marching in the streets today. You know we are made up of love and hate, but both of them are balanced on a razor blade. I'll paint the picture, let me set the scene. I know I'm all for people following their dreams. Just remember life is more than fitting in your jeans. It's love and understanding, positivity. We could change this whole world with a piano, add a bass, some guitar, grab a beat, and away we go. I'm just a boy with a one-man show. No university, no degree, but love, no.
More music, more variety. Turn it up. 92.7.
Don't you touch that dial.
Sugar, don't touch that dial.
KUFM 92.7.
92.7 KUFM News. Concise, precise, balanced, unbiased.
We are live from Benin City to the world. This is 92.7 KUFM News Talk.
It's 6:30 a.m. Good morning. Welcome to News Dawn on KU 92.7 FM Benin City. First, the headlines. Presidency clarifies report of Buhari embarking on 20 days vacation. Court stops INEC from registering 31 political parties. Journalist Agba Jalingo released from detention.
And in business, equity slowed down as investors lose 162 billion naira.
And in sports, Odion Igalo makes winning debut for Manchester United.
Details of these and more right after this break. I am Godslove, Orlando. Now the news in details. The presidency on Monday dismissed reports that President Muhammadu Buhari will be embarking on 20-day vacation abroad. Reports surfaced on social media claiming that Buhari will on Wednesday embark on a 20-day vacation to the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia and Austria. However, Buhari's special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, urged Nigerians to discountenance the reports. Adesina described the report as false, saying enemies of the country were behind the fake news.
I want to use this opportunity to please tell Nigerians to be careful what they consume. People who get their information, particularly from the social media, should please authenticate such information before they accept it and they even begin to share and distribute it. Merchants of falsehood are on the prowl and they don't mean our country.
Adesina said Buhari's family members, government officials, are victims of what he termed orchestrated falsehood in the country. The Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, has debunked news making the rounds that his convoy was attacked by bandits at the Rigasa train station in Kaduna State on Sunday. Amechi narrated the incidents and described the story as totally false and misleading. According to him, there was never a time his convoy was attacked immediately he disembarked from the Abuja-Kaduna bound train. He noted that the false story has further lent credence for the need by the federal government to pass the social media law in order to checkmate fake news. Amechi stressed that it is not the duty of the Ministry of Transport to provide security for passengers, and their responsibilities end from the point passengers leave the train station. And here in Benin City, where a Benin-based human rights lawyer and a philanthropist, Olayiwola Afolabi, has honored some newly promoted police officers in the office of the Assistant Inspector General of Police, Zone 5, Benin City. The officers were recently promoted to the rank of the Chief Superintendent of Police. The event, which was held at Olayiwola Afolabi's signature law firm, attracted senior police officers, lawyers, and other participants. KUFM's correspondent, Nosahai Owadiai, tells us more.
The conference hall of the law firm was filled to capacity. The police officers are CSP Ndidi Edward, officer in charge of investigation, CSP Davis Ebo, officer in charge of anti-kidnapping, CSP Okumbo Akpede, second in command, Zonal Investigation Bureau ZIB, and CSP Austin Duru, officer in charge of car theft, all in AIG Zone 5. Barrister Pius Ohiwo, who stood in for the host, Olayiwola Afolabi Esquire, set the tune for the event.
It is usual way of appreciating hard work and success. Now to you, particularly those we are celebrating here today. Like you all know, Mr. Olayiwola Afolabi is one great Nigerian who is detribalized, who celebrates success and achievements in life.
A Deputy Commissioner of Police, AIG Zone 5, Francis Ison, who said he first met Olayiwola Afolabi 40 years ago, described him as a selfless man.
So he has not changed for 40 years. When I don't well and I say I can't eat, he will go to collect my food from the ref and bring it to me in the room. He has been a very, very charitable person for a long time.
Others, including Barrister Moses Idahosa, explained how the lawyer has continuously impacted many in the society.
I've been lawyer today for approximately almost 13 years at the bar. My first law report, Nigerian Weekly Law Report, was given to me free of charge by Barrister Olaiwola Afolabi, alongside with other legal literatures. It was one of the send-off package, and in sending us off back to Nigerian Law School to conclude our other aspect of the program, he organized a get-together party of this nature. All of us who were seconded to his law office for our chamber attachment were treated with serious culinary delights.
There's one thing about Afolabi too, which sometimes we take for granted, which is also very unique about him, and that's the fact that he's an evangelist. We will discover that he seeks, he may not be the traditional preacher, but he seeks creative ways to pass a message to you.
We are very happy for this occasion, and all the officers in Zone 5, both here present, and those of us that are not here, we are happy, and we continue to pray for Afolabi that he will move from strength to strength, and God will continue to bless him and his family.
On their part, the elected police officers thanked the lawyer for his humanitarian gesture.
I feel very, very happy being elevated to a federal chief, and it is a working of God. I thank God for that. And also I want to appreciate Barrister Olaiwola Afolabi. The first is this kind of history of this nation, where a lawyer will deem it fit to host police officers for excellence.
First of all, let me thank the Inspector General of Police and the man who decided to celebrate with us today in our moment of celebration. This is not the first time. When I passed out from the law school, I remember sometime in 2012, he bought 3 law reports for me.
A lawyer in the chambers of Olaiwola Afolabi, Barrister Abenigo Enyawuni, summed up the ceremony this way.
It has been a tradition of ours to reward excellence, because we believe that it's only when you appreciate excellence that God can take you to a point where you excel above others. And characteristic of Afolabi, he saw these police officers who have served their fatherland, who have struggled against all odds to make a mark for themselves. If government thought it proper to recognize them by promoting them, I think it was only fair for every right-meaning Nigerian, just like he is, to also appreciate them. It's also a means of encouraging them to do more.
Apart from the hosting, the officers have been promised new suits each by the host, Olaiwola Afolabi. Nusahai Wadia, KUFM News.
And away from Edo State, the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Adams Oshomole, has dismissed the call for his removal by a group of protesters. This comes hours after the protesters, who are youth and purported members of the ruling party, stormed the APC National Secretariat in Abuja on Monday to demand Oshomole's removal as the party's national chairman. When asked for his reaction to the demonstration by the protesters under the aegis of concerned APC youths, Oshomole said he cannot respond to a non-existing group. The protesters had demanded that the APC national chairman be removed from the office on the grounds that the party has lost more states under him. The youth, who carried various placards with inscriptions, decried that the most recent state that got off the party's grip was Bayelsa. They called on President Muhammadu Buhari to intervene in the affairs of the party and address what they claim to be the dwindling fortunes of the APC under Oshomole. The protest comes 4 days after the Supreme Court sacked APC's David Leon and his running mate, Bio Barakumadiege Erimioyo, as the winners of the November 16th, 2019 governorship election. The duo were sacked a day to their inauguration, while the judgment came just as Leon was rehearsing for his swearing-in Yenagoa, the Bayelsa state capital. Still in Bayelsa State, the State Police Command has extended the 3-day dusk to dawn curfew earlier imposed on the state from February 17th to February 23rd. The State Commissioner of Police, Uche Anozia, announced the curfew extension on Monday during a press briefing in Yenagoa. Uche Anozia commended residents in the state over their good conduct in observing the dusk to dawn curfew imposed as a result of the violent protests that accompanied the Supreme Court's judgment on Thursday, February 13th, 2020. He said members of the public are advised to remain indoors between 10 p.m. to 6 a.m. as security agencies will be out to arrest anyone who violates the curfew. Away from Bayelsa State, the Abuja Division of the Federal High Court on Monday restrained the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, from registering 31 political parties. The restraining order followed an interlocutory motion that was brought before the court by 2 plaintiffs led by the Advanced Congress of Democratic, ACD. Cited as defendants in the suit were the Attorney General of the Federation and INEC. The court, in its ruling delivered by Justice Amuli Chikere, held that since INEC failed to file processes to oppose the interlocutory application by the applicant, the affected political parties had a legal right that ought to be protected. The applicants who filed the suit since October 30th, 2019 were among the 74 political parties that INEC deregistered on February 6th. Meanwhile, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, on Monday said it was yet to take any decision on the resumption for the collection of permanent voters' cards, PVCs, remaining after the 2019 general elections. INEC National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee, Festus Okoye, said this on Monday in Abuja. Okoye, however, said the commission will look into the matter later to determine when it will resume the distribution of the uncollected cards to the owners. INEC stopped the collection of PVCs on February 11, 2019, ahead of the general election. According to INEC, as at the deadline for collection of the PVCs, out of the 84,484 registered voters, the total number of PVCs collected stood at 72,775,585, which represents 86.3% of the total PVCs produced. A federal high court in Abuja has issued a bench warrant for the arrest of former Comptroller General of the Nigeria Customs Service, NCS, Abdullahi Diko, over his continued failure to appear in court to answer to a charge of fraud brought against him and two others by the Independent Corrupt Practices and Other Related Offences Commission, ICPC. Justice Ijoma Ojukwu, while ordering Diko's arrest on Monday, noted that his lawyer, Solomon Akuma, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, who on the last adjourned date undertook to ensure that his clients appear in court on Monday, only turned around to present a medical report claiming Diko was critically ill and on admission in London. Justice Ojukwu said Diko's address, as shown on the medical report, did not support his lawyer's claim that Diko was on admission in a London hospital. The judge, however, noted that if the prosecutors, while executing the bench warrant, discovers that Diko is actually on admission in a London hospital, the execution shall be suspended. Justice Ojukwu added that otherwise, the prosecution should arrest Diko and produce him in court on March 16, 2020, which is the next adjourned date for his arraignment. Elsewhere, the National Agency for Food and Drug Administration and Control, NAFDAC, has debunked a purported online recruitment exercise by the agency, describing it as fake news. The Director General, Professor Mojishola Adeyeye, who spoke in Lagos on Monday, advised Nigerian job seekers to be wary of individuals who demand money to offer them jobs in NAFDAC. While denying that the agency is recruiting, Professor Adeyeye noted that NAFDAC does not collect money from anybody for employment. Acting Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ibrahim Magu, has appealed to the government of United Kingdom to extradite the former Petroleum Minister, Desiani Alison Madueke, to account for alleged missing of $2.5 billion in her ministry during the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan. Magu, at media briefing in Kaduna on Monday ahead of the Tuesday passing out parade of EFCC trainees at the Nigerian Defense Academy, NDA, said personnel of the commission were trained to shoot and kill corruption in Nigeria. Fielding questions from reporters, the EFCC boss said Desiani has stolen so much money that she needed to be extradited to the country to return the money back to the federal government. According to Magu, who said he was in London this year, and after investigation with the UK team, they were called for extradition of corrupt Nigerians to return back stolen money. He, however, said corruption is surmountable, pointing out that in 2019, a total of 1,218 convictions were secured by the commission. The EFCC boss also added that in January this year, 28 convictions were effected, involving billions of dollars and pound sterling. And now to Kogi State, where the police command on Monday said it has rescued one of the 6 kidnapped Joint Admission and Matriculation Board JAM staff abducted on Sunday along Obajana Kaba Road. Deputy Superintendent of Police William Aya, who confirmed the development, said the police rescued one of the kidnapped staff while a thorough combing of the area is ongoing to rescue 5 others. A staff of JAM who confirmed the incident said the victims were from the head office in Abuja heading for Kogi West in preparation for Tuesday's mock Unified Tertiary Matriculation Examination UTME. Following recent video clip released by the leader of Boko Haram, Abubakar Shekau, Muslim scholars in the country under the auspices of Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria have dared him to come out of hideouts to face the nation's security apparatus if he is courageous enough. This was even as the ulama said the video clip exhibited by Shekau was an evidence that the federal government's fight against the insurgent has failed. Addressing a press conference on Monday, Secretary General of the Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, SCSN, Nafiu Baba Ahmad, reminded President Muhammadu Buhari of campaign promise he made in 2015 to end Boko Haram insurgency, asking him to match words with action. The SCSN Secretary General said few days ago, Nigerians were rudely shocked by the release of a video clip by the leader of Boko Haram in which he confessed to the killing of a founding member of Supreme Council for Sharia in Nigeria, Sheikh Jafar Mahmood Adam, and issued threats to another member of the council who is also a serving minister of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. The council observed that in the early years of President Muhammadu Buhari's administration, the insurgency reduced to the barest minimum, which was commendable. Meanwhile, Nigeria's Minister of Communications and Digital Economy, Dr. Issa Pantami, on Monday, refused to comment on threats by the Boko Haram sector to deal with him. Boko Haram leader Ibrahim Shekau had in recent video vowed to deal with Pantami over the minister's plan to block the terror group's communication network. Shekau in the video also mocked President Muhammadu Buhari. Despite the threat, Pantami visited government secondary school Gariki in Abuja on Monday as part of his plans to mentor pupils to pursue careers in the digital sector. The minister delivered a lecture in the classroom where he spoke about emerging technologies and the implications of the federal government's digital economy project. It was observed that security was beefed up around the minister, with armed personnel of the police force and Department of State Services positioned at strategic locations during the classroom lecture. In an interview with journalists after the lecture, Pantami was asked about the threat by Boko Haram, where he refused to comment. The Emir of Kano, Alhaji Mohammed Sanusi II, has warned that the North will destroy itself if it does not change its current status and address the challenges of poverty, millions of out-of-school children, malnutrition, drug problem, and Boko Haram insurgency. The Emir said no recent leader of the North can afford to be happy in the face of the multitude of challenges confronting the region. He said this in Kaduna on Monday at an event marking the 60th birthday of Governor Nasir Ahmed El-Rufai. He lamented that over 87% of poverty in Nigeria is in the North, while millions of northern children are out of school. According to him, 9 states in the North contribute almost 50% of the entire malnutrition burden in Nigeria. He, however, said leaders of the region must move away from doing things the old way, which had produced the same negative results to investing in education, nutrition, and primary health care. Emir Sanusi also cautioned that the North cannot continue to rely on quota system and federal character to get jobs for their children at the expense of the other parts of the country which are busy turning out graduates. Journalist Agba Jalingo has been released from prison custody after meeting his bail conditions on Monday. Jalingo, who is the publisher of Cross River Watch, was first arrested by the police in August 2019 on the orders of the Ben Ayade-led Cross River state government. He was subsequently arraigned for treason and attempting to overthrow the state government due to highly critical articles he published. Due to his long detention, Amnesty International had declared the activist a prisoner of conscience. Last week, there were a series of protests staged in Cross River over his detention. The court, which had earlier rejected his bail application, subsequently granted him bail last week. Up next is business in sport right after this break. Please stay with us. Thank you so much for staying with us. You're welcome back. You're still listening to News Zone on KU 92.7 FM Benin City. And now for our business news, where Charles Operuma waits. Good morning, Charles.
Good morning, Orlando. Investors in Nigerian equities lost 162 billion naira in capital gains as turnover at the stock market declined by more than one-third. The decline moderated the average year-to-date return for Nigerian equities to 3.40% at the weekend. The all-share index, which is ASI, the common value-based index that tracks all share prices at the Nigerian Stock Exchange, indicated average decline of 1.11% last week, equivalent to net capital loss of 162 billion naira. The ASI dropped from its week's opening index of 28,067.09 points to close weekend at 27,755.87 points. Aggregate market value of all quoted equities on the NSE also dropped correspondingly from its week's opening value of 14.618 trillion naira to close at 14.456 trillion naira. All sectoral indices also closed negative with the exception of the NSE Industrial Goods Index, which rose by 0.78%. The NSE 30 index, which tracks the 30 largest stocks, dropped by 1.30%. The NSE Banking Index slipped by 0.21%. The NSE Insurance Index dipped by 2.16%. The NSE Consumer Goods Index dropped by 6.47%, while the NSE Oil and Gas Index depreciated by 0.69%. Total turnover dropped to 912.175 million shares, worth 12.126 billion naira in 17,083 deals last week, as against a total of 1.478 billion shares valued at 20.295 billion naira traded in 23,263 deals 2 weeks ago. Several prominent businessmen and policy experts are among the 432 individuals and institutions that will hold shares in the immediate period after the conversion of the Nigerian Stock Exchange from a member-owned mutual company limited by guarantee to a public limited liability company. The conversion, known as demutualization, has reached the final stage with members of the exchange scheduled to meet early next month to consider and approve the scheme of arrangement, the final document for the conversion, and to empower the transition of the council to a board of directors. With the demutualization, the NSE will transit into a holding company, Nigerian Exchange Group or NEG PLC, which will be the parent company for the Nigerian Exchange Limited, the successor that will carry on the securities trading business of the exchange. And other subsidiaries, shareholders will own shares in NEG PLC, while NEG will own the main company and other subsidiaries. There are indications that the shareholders base of NEG will in the meantime consist of some 432 institutions and individuals, but this may increase to some 440 institutions and individuals in the event of additional claims to ownership after the conversion. A list of post-demutualization shareholders indicated that Akintola Williams, the only surviving signatory to the founding charter of the exchange, will lead the individual shareholders. However, the exchange will allocate shares to all members, with shares due to deceased ordinary members and expelled or liquidated dealing members being allocated to their legal representatives. The Securities and Exchange Commission (SEC) has blocked assets valued at about 2.35 billion naira belonging to Ponzi schemes as the Commission vows to further confiscate illegal assets and prosecute operators of unapproved schemes. Ponzi scheme refers to illegal phony savings and investment schemes often run by unapproved persons in violation of excellent rules and guidelines. Ponzi scheme is also known as Wonder Bank. SEC said it blocked 4 bank accounts and real estate properties linked to operators of Ponzi schemes, while the Commission also sealed premises of 4 operators. The blocked assets included 1.12 billion naira in various bank accounts and real estate properties valued at 1.23 billion naira. Acting Director General, Securities and Exchange Commission, Mary Odok, who presented the Commission scorecard for last year and plan for 2020 in Lagos, said the Commission recorded significant successes in its efforts to protect the Nigerian public from unscrupulous persons. Mary Odok said the Commission secured several convictions last year, while many others are presently being prosecuted. She said the Commission plans to introduce major rules in 2020 to regulate activities of retail online foreign exchange, that is forex trading, crowdfunding, nominee companies, and margin lending. The proposed rules will seek to provide a framework for the regulation of retail online forex trading in the Nigerian capital market, which has since 2005 to date remained unregulated. And finally, on business news, the federal government has finally put to bed the controversy over who will collect stamp duty Henceforth, the Federal Inland Revenue Service will be the sole collecting agency of stamp duty in the country. Before now, the Nigeria Postal Service, NIPOST, had protested to the Minister of Finance demanding that it be collecting agency of stamp duty in the country. However, with the passage of the 2019 Finance Act, the responsibility of being the sole collector of stamp duty now resides with the FIRS. A statement from the FIRS Executive Chairman, Mohammed Nami, confirmed this on Monday. Nami, while in Ogun State, said the FIRS is now the sole government agency tasked with the collection of stamp duty on behalf of the federal government. He made this disclosure as he launched a national tour of the 6 geopolitical zones to sensitize the nation, especially taxpayers, on the 2019 Finance Act. The first leg of the tour started on Monday in the southwest, where Nami met the Ogun governor, Dapo Abiodun, as well as FIRS officials from Ogun, Oyo, and Osun states in Abeokuta, the Ogun state capital. And that's it on business. Over now to Egusa for some sports stories. Good morning, Egusa.
Good morning, Charles. Nigeria international Odion Igalo made his debut for Manchester United in a 2-0 win over Chelsea in the English Premier League at Stamford Bridge on Monday night. Igalo replaced Anthony Martial in the 90th minute and almost got a goal, but goalkeeper Willie Caballero saved his shot as Frank Lampard's side were left with a sense of injustice after contentious video assistant referee decisions went against them. Anthony Martial and Harry Maguire's goals in either half sealed victory for United, who also defeated Chelsea 4-0 in the reverse fixture and 2-1 in the Carabao Cup this season. The Blues felt aggrieved as Maguire was fortunate to escape a red card for kicking Michi Batshuayi in the groin in the first half as they tangled on the touchline despite the incident being examined by VAR, and the review system denied them again when Chelsea thought substitute Consumer had made it 1-1. The goal was ruled out for a push by Cesar Azpilicueta on Brandon Williams, although replays showed United's Fred put a hand on the back of Chelsea's captain. Chelsea's frustration was complete when Olivier Giroud's 76th-minute header was ruled out because his foot was in an offside position as he moved to meet Mason Mount's free kick. Manchester United are 7th on the table with 38 points from 26 matches, while Chelsea are 4th with 41 points. Erako Samelo striker Sylvain Denzas has confirmed his availability for the Super Eagles when they face Sierra Leone in a 2021 African Cup of Nations qualifier at the Stephen Keshi Stadium in Asaba next month. The 25-year-old is expected to be called up for the game, barring any last-minute hitch after he was cleared to play for Nigeria by FIFA. In an exclusive interview with newsmen, the 25-year-old revealed that he is prepared for the competition he will face in the team and added that he will bring more quality to the team. He is expected to offer Eagles marksman Victor Osimhen a stiff competition which the likes of Paul Onuachu and Emmanuel Dennis have failed to provide. Denzas is currently the top scorer in the Dutch Eredivisie with 14 league goals and 5 assists. And finally, Formula One champion Lewis Hamilton and Argentina superstar Lionel Messi shared the Laureus Sportsman of the Year award, while American gymnast Simone Biles claimed her 3rd Sportswoman of the Year title. The 35-year-old Hamilton, who received his award from former Arsenal manager Arsene Wenger, won his 6th Formula One driver's title, while Messi led Barcelona to the La Liga trophy, which was his 10th for the club. Simone Biles won 5 gold medals in Stuttgart last year to become the most decorated athlete at the World Championships. The 22-year-old, who is training for the Tokyo 2020 Olympics in Houston, said the team said the award rather meant the world to her and thanked her family and friends. And that's sports news on KUFM's News Dawn. My name is Egusa Agbeka. Back to you, Orlando.
Thank you so much, Egusa. And that's the news. But before we go, let's take a quick recap of the headlines. On the news, we told you that the presidency has clarified reports of Buhari embarking on a 20 days vacation. And also, we told you that the court has stopped INEC from the registering 31 political parties. And finally, on News Dawn this morning, journalist Agba Jalingo has been released from detention. Please do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. KUFM's News Dawn was produced by Lebedum Asagwaram. Do not forget, you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am God's Love. Orlando saying thanks for listening and good morning.
Turn us up. 92.7.
Turn your radio up.
92.7.
Leg out. I am dead. That God
God has given me, we are made for signs and wonders.
Good morning and welcome to the Bob Only Devotional. Be blessed as you listen.
Listen, anybody can listen, but kids that are between the ages of 5 to 10 years and also between the classes of basic 3 to JSS1, those are the people that are allowed to call into the show, participate, and get free gift on the show, courtesy of KU 92.7 FM Benin City. But that doesn't mean that you cannot be a part of the show. That doesn't mean you cannot partner with KU FM on this show. That doesn't mean that you can't place advert on this show. That also doesn't mean that you would not sponsor the show. So for sponsorship, advert placement, and partnership, send a text to this number 09057858649 for sponsorship, adverts, and partnership. Okay, all right, just know that this show is very educative, entertaining. Basically, we also learn and we catch fun on the show. So here is how we do it. If you're listening for the first time, all you have to do, like I said, make sure you're between the class range and the age range that I've mentioned before. But just pick up your phone and call these numbers: 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427, 0812-178-9154. Those are the numbers that you can call. When I get to take your call, you just tell me your name, your age, your class, the name of your school, and what class you are in, and go ahead to spell a word. I'm going to give you a word. If you spell it correctly, we'll move over to the next stage where you get to answer a current affairs question or a general question. And when you do get all of it correctly, you have qualified to be a part of the live show that happens every Saturday right here in the studios on from 11 a.m. to 12 p.m. every Saturday, where other contestants, basically maximum of 3 or 4, and coming to the studio, will get to do the live show. And when you win, our winner will give you gifts. Nobody comes to KUFM to participate in the Kids Ultimate Challenge. That's what we call it every Saturday, and go home empty-handed. We always have gifts for every participant, okay? But our winner will get to play your voice on the radio for 1 week. So I'm sure it's like very enticing. You want to be a part of this show. All right, pick your phones right now and call me up. And on that note, let the show begin. Hello. Like this is it. Network. Doing this. Hello. 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 Yes, I can hear you. Looks like you stole your mommy's phone. Hello. Okay, I didn't say my rules. Rule number 1, turn down the volume on your radio set. Rule number 2, do not allow anybody tell you the answer. Rule number 4, don't hesitate. Rule number 3, don't hesitate to tell me the answer. Rule number 4, let's have fun, okay? Hello. 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 Morning. Osagio Barry. Oh, you're always the person in the noisy background. I'll identify you already. Hello, good morning. Hello, good morning.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning, ma.
Morning, darling. What's your name? Treasure. Big boy, where have you been?
I'm at home.
You're at home. Like, I mean, where have you been all this while you've not been participating?
I've been trying to call, but they won't pick.
Okay, all right. So, Treasure, how are you this morning?
Fine.
All right. So, how old are you?
10.
You're how old?
10 years.
10 years old. All right. So, tell me, are you ready to spell for me?
Yes.
Spell the word Eucharist.
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 U-K-A-R-I-S-T.
Spell again.
U-K-R-I-N-E.
That's wrong. It is EUCHARIST. E-U-C-H-A-R-I-S-T. It means a Christian service or ceremony that commemorates the Last Supper, Eucharist. Hello, good morning. Hello. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Morning, how are you doing this wonderful morning?
I'm fine.
What is your name?
My name is Deborah.
Deborah, how old are you?
I am 9 years old.
9 years old. All right, Deborah, spell the word Euclidean.
Euclidean. E-U-C-D-R-I-R-I-S-A-T.
Spell again.
E-U-C-D-R-R-A-T.
That's wrong. It is E-U-C-L-I-D-E-A-N. That's the spelling of the word. Hello?
Hello?
Good morning. Turn down the volume on your radio set. Hello?
Good morning, ma.
Morning. What's your name?
Aizio
J. How old are you?
I'm 10 years old.
10 years old. What class are you in?
Primary 5.
Primary 5. All right. Aizio J. Spell the word ambidextrous.
Ambidextrous.
Yes. Spell the word ambidextrous.
A-M-B-I-D-E-S-T-R-O-U-N.
Spell again.
A-M-B-I-D-E-S-T-R-O-U-N.
Spell for the last time.
A-M-B-I-D-E-S-T-R-O-U-N.
Oh, you missed a letter, Aizio J. You missed a letter. It is spelled A-M-B-I-D-E-X-T-R-O-U-S. Ambidextrous. To be able to use both your right hand and your left hand together. You know, you can write with your left hand and you can also write with your right hand. You can, eat with your right hand. You can eat with your left hand. You are being ambidextrous. Hello, good morning. Hello?
Hello.
Hello?
Hello. Hello.
Hello, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning.
What's your name?
Zoe.
Say again.
Zoe.
Zoe. Hey, it's been a long time. How are you? Happy New Year.
I'm fine.
But you're breaking my rules. Tell Daddy to turn down that volume that he turned up. Turn it down. Turn it down. I can hear you loud and clear if you don't turn on the volume. All right, Zoe, how old are you?
I'm 9 years old.
Now, what class are you in?
I'm JS1.
JSS1. All right, spell the word acknowledgement.
A-C-K-N-O-W-E-L-E-A-T.
Spell again.
A-C-K-N-O-W-E-L-E-T.
That's wrong. It is A-C-K-N-O-W-L-E-D-G-E-M-E-N-T. Acknowledgement. Hello, good morning. Hello. Thank you for calling. Turn down the volume on your radio set when you call me, please. Hello, good morning. Now, come on. The parents are to be blamed. When you call, turn down the volume on the radio set. If you're in the car, turn it down, okay? If you're at home, make sure they stay far away from the radio set, please. Hello, good morning.
Morning, Mom.
All right, good morning. What is your name?
My name is Abiola.
Abiola.
Yes, Mom.
How old are you?
I'm 8 years old.
You're 8 years old. What class are you in?
Basic 5.
Basic 5. All right, Abiola, are you ready to spell?
Yes.
Spell the word aficionado. Spell the word aficionado. All right, that is wrong. Even though your background is noisy, I struggle to make out your words, but that was a wrong spelling. Aficionado is spelled A-F-I-C-I-O-N-A-D-O. Aficionado, a person who is knowledgeable and enthusiastic about an activity or a subject. Okay, you could say an aficionado of sport, an aficionado of literature, someone who is very knowledgeable about a particular subject. All right, hello, good morning.
Hello.
Hi, good morning. Hello.
Good morning.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Good morning.
What is your name?
My name is Pearl.
Pearl.
Yes.
All right, Pearl, how old are you?
I'm 10.
10 years old. All right, Pearl, what class are you in?
I'm in
Primary what?
6.
6. All right, Pearl, spell the word acrimony.
A-C-R-I-M-O-N-Y.
Spell again.
A-C-R-I-M-O-N-Y.
All right, that is absolutely correct. Are you ready for my next question?
Yes.
Who is the Minister of Transportation? Who is the Minister of Transportation?
Yes.
All right, thank you so much. The Minister of Transportation is Rotimi Amechi. That is the Minister of Transportation. Rotimi Amechi is the Minister of Transportation. All right, kids, thank you so much. This is where I end today's edition of the Kiddies Playground. But of course, I cannot leave without telling you the word for today. Today's word is pronounced as ingenue. Ingenue. Ingenue, but it's not spelled the way you hear me pronounce it, okay? Ingenue is spelled I-N-G-E with an iPhone on it, N-U-E. I-N-G-E-N-U-E. If I should ask you to spell this word for me any day on this show, and you spell I-N-G-E-N-U-E, I'll give it to you. But if you spell it I-N-G-E with an iPhone on it, N-U-E, I'll give you a perfecto 100%. Ingenue, okay? It means an innocent or unsophisticated young woman, especially in a play or a film. Those of you that love watching or seeing movies, you would, be familiar with what I'm saying. Ingenue. All right, let's head back to the playlist. Don't forget, I would never forget to say that I love you, love you, love you from the depth of my heart. My name is Orlando, and I do love you.
I had the best time, too. Oh, there's nothing better than spending time with friends, just like you. I love you, you love me. We're a happy family with a great big hug and a kiss from me to you. Won't you say you love me too? I love you, you love me. We're best friends like friends should be, with a great big hug and a kiss from me to you. Won't you say you love me too? Oh my.
You this one. I tell you, say we dey go somewhere. You still stand there.
My oga, I no fit go out with you. Shebi I tell you say e be like say I pour pepper water for body. E dey itch me and scratch me. If I match leg, e be like say I match needle. My fingers are palm nko. E be like say one part of my body don die. Abeg, I no get myself.
Shebi you know say all these things don do me before. Na B&C capsules now take Samaram when e go quick.
So, na B&C capsule?
B&C capsules good for body when the pepper and scratch person hands and palm when they do kanka, they waka around body. If symptoms not come out after use, make you waka go see your doctor. If you want no more, call us for this number 0810 336 9434. Our office day for number 119 Ipaja Road, Shopful Day Bus Stop, opposite Union Bank, Agege, Lagos. B&C capsules day for all accredited chemists and pharmacy stores when they near you. Now, Temitayo, Tradomedical Nigeria Limited, they make up.
get back to the music.
KUFM 92.7.
December 2nd, 1933, January 18th, 2020. Our Lekon Are, a tribute to a warrior for all battles. That's an editorial there. Monopoly democracy not good for Nigeria, says Ezekwesili. Nigeria, ECOWAS states hold meeting on coronavirus. Ondo Assembly resumes for Amotekun bill. Alake rally supports. 5 die in Edo road crash. Cross River prepared for Cameroonian refugees, says SEMA. Senate advocates mandatory health insurance scheme for Nigerians. Protesters storm APC secretariat, demand Oshomole's sacking. PDP insists on probing Bayelsa governorship poll. Gombe spends 100 million naira on 100 school computers. I didn't prophesy on Bayelsa, says Governor I'll take that again, beg your pardon. I didn't prophesy on Bayelsa governorship, Father Mbaka. And Magu must produce those who killed my uncle in EFCC custody, nephew of deceased civil servants. Racketeers partner lecturers turn varsity final year projects to money-making machines. Amotekun revealed as a toothless tiger. 4-year building infrastructure for 20,000 students, says VCs. Husband stabbing when male haters masquerade as feminists. That's an editorial. Subscribers condemn restriction of Nigerians to 3 telephone lines. Containing the surge of coronavirus. Active POS terminals rise by 40% in 1 year. Insecurity, Boko Haram, herders and Nigerians. Another editorial there. NUC ranks Federal Poly Offa as best affiliated institution. Offa is in Kwara State. All right, let's move on. Reps uncover loopholes in NICOMSAT accounts, says management incompetent. All right, that is the Nigerian Communications Satellites Limited. That's the full meaning of NICOMSAT. All right, moving on. NNPC, oil majors disburse $360 million for Ogoni cleanup. Federal government to inaugurate committee for new economic plan. Bayelsa Airport yet to meet safety requirement, NCAA. Our tariffs up by 50% April 1st. Ikeja Disco, yes, it's going to start getting high, increased from April 1st, 2020. All right, let's move on. 22 million housing deficit unacceptably high, says SGF. Stock market down by 96 billion naira on sale pressure. World Bank meets over fresh loan for Nigeria. Currency in circulation drops by 193.2 billion naira in January. FIRS seeks stakeholders' support on 8.5 trillion naira revenue target. Federal government to inaugurate committee for new economic plan. And to wrap it up, Oshomole loyalists compile evidence against Obaseki. And that's it on Punch newspaper this morning.
Okay, so from the Punch, we will be crossing over to the Daily Trust newspaper. And the first headline leads as a crack in Buhari's team as NSA Monguno accuses Kyari of sabotage. That the letter was leaked yesterday, the memo from the NSA. And that's why many of the newspapers are jumping on it. Director in Sokoto, 2 others allegedly impregnate teenager. Court remands Lebanese, 2 others over human trafficking. 2 men jailed for theft. Police arrest woman with human parts in Oshun. Buhari, I'll eliminate bandits, terrorists. Boko Haram threats. I have no comments for now. Pantami. 4 JAM officials abducted in Kogi. Coronavirus, Nigeria at risk of drug insecurity. NAFDAC. Sharia Council to Shekau. Come out of hideout. Prisoners still subjected to inhuman conditions, reps. And of course, coronavirus, West African nations collaborate on response. No northern leader should be happy today, Emir Sanusi. Nigeria's population to reach 543 million in 2050. Oshinbajo. Anxiety in Imo, Zamfara, as Supreme Court hears governorship applications today. Day Turai visited Villa after almost 10 years. Ezekwesili wants end to politics of monopoly. Okay. Nickelodeon, Tenny, DJ Copy, others nominated for Kids' Choice Awards. Okay. And this one says, Amina Wilfred clinches 2020 Nigeria Ladies Golf Open. NWFL demands share of FIFA's $1.9 million largesse to clubs. John Otaka Football Academy signs Memorandum of Understanding with Mina School. Nigeria's investments on fixed assets hits $39.2 billion in 5 years. OPS capacity will determine Nigeria's economic prospects. Okay, and moving on. Coronavirus, new China figures highlight toll on medical staff. On discovered that almost 17,000 medical personnel have lost their lives in China as a result. You want to read up on that particular article. Saudi fighter jet crashes in Yemen. Okay. And this one says 2 men jailed for theft on the techno-economic impact of the coronavirus from China. And all right, that's it from the Daily Trust newspaper this morning.
All right, on Vanguard newspaper this morning, 8 corpses of farmers killed by herdsmen in Delta exhumed for investigation. Nigeria at crossroads, reverse gear, Anglican communion, Royal Rumble, 15 Oshun monarchs demand Oluwo's suspension. No Northern leader can be happy. Emir Sanusi laments at El Rufai's 60th birthday. I was never attacked by bandits, says Amechi. Killing of farmers by herdsmen. 8 corpses exhumed in Delta for investigation. Appearing again. All right, let's move on. Sanwo-Olu to governors. We must reduce our dependence on federal allocation. Court dismisses Kanu Kingmaker's suit challenging creation of new emirate. Amotekun, Ondo lawmakers calls of recess. Governor Ishaku not governing from Abuja, Taraba group replies critics. Federal government ready to collaborate with NDVC to actualize diaspora voting, says Oshibajo. Federal government selects 6 states for pilot open schooling program. Jigawa by-election, Musa wins APC, Buba Gariki Federal Constituency primary. Engaging untrained teachers in schools, worrisome, Onga president is saying. That is United Nations General Assembly. And moving on, police extends curfew in Bayelsa to February 23rd. Kwara government reaffirms commitment to independent judiciary. Castina attack, Governor Masari visits affected villages. Man, 25, docked for alleged damage to security wire. 6 die in Niger auto crash, while Lagos records frequent fire outbreaks. Lasema, read up on that headline on Vanguard. Elumelu congratulates Okowa as chairman PDP South Governors Forum. The registration, parties dedicate court victory to Gani Fayemi. We need to unite to address our challenges, says Lawan. IPAC applauds court refusal to reverse the registration of political parties. Governor Diri urges State Assembly to pass 2020 budget. Forensic science and the law. That's an editorial. And moving on still in Vanguard, ASU, NANS, other women rights advocacy group clash at the Senate over sexual harassment bill. ASU calls for review of existing laws on sexual harassments. Nigeria facing severe drug insecurity, says NAFDAC. WHO, that is World Health Organization, says latest Chinese data may point to declining coronavirus spread. Senate calls for mandatory health insurance scheme for Nigeria. 6 persons die in accident in Niger, says FRSC. Traffic violation, FCTA arraigns 34 offenders. Federal Capital Territory Administration. All right, moving on. Court grants man's divorce request after wife denies him of sex for 7 years. Okay.
You have to wait for 7 years?
7 good years. All right, let's move on. And finally, on Vanguard, man sentenced to 3 years in prison for stealing cows in Edo State. All right, those are the headlines you will find on Vanguard newspaper this morning.
On Vanguard, we cross over to the Premium Times, and it leads fast. 23 killed in stampede as Borno governor distributes food in Niger Republic. Exclusive, Buhari's team in disarray as National Security Advisor Monguno declares war on Abba Kyari. The bias is too much. ASU chairman condemns anti-sexual harassment bill. Why I was squeezed by EFCC, Shegwa Debutu. Insecurity, 1,013 killed in Niger Delta in 2019 report. Acting NBC Director General assumes office with the picture there of Professor Armstrong Idachaba. JAM begins mock examination Tuesday for 350,000 candidates. Journalist Agba Jalingo released on bail. Reports that Buhari is going on 20-day vacation, fake presidency, and fake CBN governor bags 3 years imprisonment for fraud. Again, protesters storm APC headquarters, demand the Shomole's removal. Afforestation, Nigeria to plant 300 million trees in 2020, official. 99 more coronavirus cases confirmed on Japan cruise ship. 1 dead in Abuja truck accident. Okay, a good one there. And still on the Premium Times this morning. Osun government speaks on Oluwo Agbowu face-off. Although IGR increases to 2.2 billion naira monthly, protesters demand suspension of Oluwo for allegedly assaulting fellow monarch. UNIU fights against the reinstatement of lecturer unjustly sacked 18 years ago. Police extend curfew in Bayelsa to February 23rd. New Bayelsa governor meets state lawmakers, urges early passage of 2020 budget. Imo governorship. Why Supreme Court must not review its decision. Uzodimma. Okay, that's happening today, actually. The hearing is happening today, anyways. 3 siblings burned to death in Anambra fire. Resident doctors decry assault on member at Abuja hospital. Gunmen kidnap permanent secretary in Nasarawa. Police. Okay, I know NEDC takes relief materials to attacked villages. Soldiers repel another Boko Haram attack on Maiduguri. Buhari sends delegation to Katsina over bandits attack. And a court dismisses Kanu Kingmaker suit challenging creation of new emirates. All right, that's it from the Premium Times this morning.
All right, away from Premium Times, let us check out Daily Times this morning and see the headlines it has for us. Parties deregistration, INEC sticks to its gun as court halts action. Bayelsa, Buhari Group urges PDP to apologize to CJN Judiciary for alleged serial insults and invectives. How Manchester United beats Chelsea. Stick around by 8 a.m. Get all the details of this match that happened yesterday. And still moving on, hospital director in Wuhan dies of coronavirus. Thousands rally in Dresden to protest against anti-Islam movement. Oil prices steady amidst fallout of coronavirus. Federal government selects 6 states for pilot open schooling program. Poll verdict, Supreme Court in the eye of the storm. That's an editorial. Gunmen abduct 2 in Calabar. Police extend Bayelsa curfew till Sunday. NSA revelation validates claim Buhari has abandoned governance, says PDP. INEC sticks to gun to register 74 parties in spite court orders. Okomu Oil mourns 6 staff killed in road crash. Insecurity, Buhari, service chiefs and matters arising. Supreme Court judgment, APC's mandate will be restored. Sylvia assures Bayelsans. Reps member splashes 10 million naira on petty traders in Misau Dambam Federal Constituency of Bauchi. Save Edo, we don't want to go the way of Bayelsa and Zamfara and others. Reps committed to diaspora votes in Gbajabiamela declares. Kwara government to revoke 5,000 plots of land. Increasing rate of fake news about Buhari is alarming, says presidency. Medical Laboratory Science College to induct 200 fellows. Kanu local government targets 43,000 children for immunization in February. Akeredolu promises to achieve 100% immunization coverage in Ondo. 20 million Nigerians have kidney diseases, nephrologist is saying. And finally, to wrap it up on the Daily Times, UTME, breaching admission process, an act of corruption, says minister. And there you have it on the Daily Times this morning.
All right, from the Daily Times, we check out the Guardian next. Buhari presidency cracks. Shaw is referring to the NSA versus the Chief of Staff. Telecoms firms fume as Boko Haram destroys masts in Yobe. Amaju explains Yobo's appointment as Super Eagles assistant coach. 8 burned to death in Edo auto crash. Ondo Assembly calls off recess, holds emergency sitting today on Amoteku. Sanwo-Olu converses new revenue source sharing formula. reconstitute fresh panel to review Imoguba poll verdict. PDP tells CJN. Okay, and this one says Lassa fever, cover food items, wash hands, fruits. Experts advise. Clinic research placing clinical trials in Nigeria on global horizon. Guendouzi dropped for Arsenal's Newcastle clash due to training ground row with Arteta. Hazard's return a boost for Madrid, says Courtois. Pogba remains Man United's player. Solskjaer insists, and Liverpool face tough test as Champions League actions resume. Visa on arrival policy in whose interest? That is an editorial. Businessman seeks reassignment of suit against the hotel to another judge. Melafia, military high command should work with strategic thinkers. Constitution review agenda for Omoagege panel. Nyam, we effectively need a war on situation room. Insecurity, dealing with citizens' distrust for government tactics. These are opinion polls. Editorials rather. I said opinion poll. Editorials. Moving on. National Assembly commends IGP NCAC for protecting government property. Okay. How court decisions, INEC shortcomings may endanger Nigeria's democracy. Buhari does not have magic wand, as people think, says Shetima. Okay. That's it from the Guardian newspaper this morning.
0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427, 0812-178-9154. Those are the numbers that you can call in right now to drop your contributions and observation and reaction to any headlines that you've read out this morning.
Dear caller, KUFM appreciates your contributions and comments on its platforms.
Thank you. Far too kind.
We would ask that in making your contributions, desist from personal attacks or insults on other individuals or callers. Do not insult the sensibilities of other individuals. Endeavor to stick to the topic of discussion without unnecessary diversions. Be constructive rather than destructive. All good opinion counts. Make your comments brief and straight to the point. We will not tolerate insults or personal attacks on others. This is in order for us to serve you better. Thank you as you obey these rules. Remember, every caller is a presenter talking to an audience. Don't just be a caller, become a good one.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. My name is Tux. I'm calling from Benin.
All right, go ahead.
I just want to react to the issue of herdsmen killing people in Delta State. You see, I think it is high time our government takes security before good Nigerians begin to take laws into their hands. Because it will get to a stage where people will now take self-defense to defend themselves, and government will not like it. It is high time they do the needful by taking all these Fulani herdsmen that have been killing people all over the country. That's my own contribution. Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Adina. I'm calling from Benin.
All right, go ahead.
My headline goes like this. Concerning protest concerning Oshimole or in Abuja. That protest, it's not the work of development. Because what you have to describe there, they've been attached where they don't receive one good people. Well, which result you won't bring? Are you the protest for material person? Someone in a material. Are you the protest say may come out, I want to come out. That individual put up there. Every party vote for put up there. How many vote? That's number one. But number two, Bayelsa State. That's why they declared door-to-door coffee because they see the mandate. That's why the government wants to work.
All right, thank you so much. You have exhausted your 30 seconds. Thank you so much. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
Yeah, this is Jim calling from Italy.
All right, go ahead.
First of all, on coronavirus issue, I just want to call upon all Nigerians and the entire African nation to really stand up and pray against this because we, especially in Nigeria, have had enough of this epidemic come into our country to be disaster because we know I don't want to say we don't have government so that we will not continue up. We know how our leaders usually manage our problem. So we pray that everybody rise up with their need, the Muslim, the Christians, to against coronavirus. So it's a very, very deadly something. So, and this was the Supreme Court and the reviewing Imo State and the Taraba government. I want to say those who are protecting because the law review, we think that are not people when they allow this review. So everybody should come and allow the court to do their job. Thank you. Have a good day.
It's not Taraba, it's actually Zamfara.
Good morning, Nigerians.
Good morning to you.
My name is Open Secret, the radio professor and the ASA ambassador to the new world. I'm surprised about the statement of Shetima that President Muhammad Buhari will have a magic wand. But before the election, they told us that he's a general, he has all the what it takes, he's the most qualified, he's the most personified, everything to lead Nigeria. So now he has gotten the second test ticket. It's not that telling us he only has a magic wand. I think that is the height of deception. Then number two, the issue of the demonstration against Comrade of the Shimule, the national chairman of APC, I think it is long overdue. We should remove primordial sentiment, because if you check this man became the national chairman of the APC has never been incensed. Crisis here and there. From the Zamfara to Bayelsa, from Bayelsa to Port Harcourt, it's just all across the world. Across the district. And the man is not doing what he's expected to do.
Thank you very much for your contribution this morning.
All right, this is where we end today's edition of the Newspaper Review. Do well to join us again tomorrow for another wonderful edition. My name is Godslove Orlando.
My name is Charles Opulu. Good morning.
Hello, entrepreneurs, business owners, and organizations. KUFM 92.7 has an impressive and constantly expanding...
Last night, Odion Jude Igalo became the only Nigeria international to have listed boots and played for Manchester United, coming on in a controversial 2-0 victory for the Red Devils. Now, have it at the back of your mind, it is the first time since 1987 and 1988 season that Manchester United will be doing a double over Chelsea. So it hasn't happened in the history of the Premier League. Remember, the Premier League started early 92-93 Deribat, and of course there has not been a double victory for Manchester United over Chelsea. When I mean double victory, that's beat them in their home and also beat them in your home. This is the first time it happened for Manchester United, and now you ask question, what is going on? Well, Frank Lampard's team at some point were so fantastic that I had to say that Lampard is the best manager in the Premier League, though that he, as a day, was in on top of the law because of the transfer ban, and he was able to get his team to top four after losing 4-0 to Manchester United in their very first game. They called him my best manager. But ever since then, things have really turned around, not for good for Frankie as far as Chelsea is concerned. Will they hold that top four? Because Tottenham is right behind them. Sheffield United is just some few points away from there, and with that victory for Manchester United yesterday, they are also away some few points away from there. The next up for United is Watford, and next up for Chelsea is Tottenham right there at Stamford Bridge. So with Chelsea being at the top four when it ends this weekend, remember Sheffield United, they are in top form and they play Brighton and Hove Albion right here in their home stadium. So it's definitely going to be looking difficult for Chelsea this weekend. Good morning and welcome to yet another exciting edition of your favorite sports show on the radio. This Sport Fiesta Reach Live now to 2.7 KUFM down here in Benesity. I'm the sports Berlusconi and Alfie Francis, Deepak Kadabra, Sports Alhill Ibrahim is here, and together we're going to go around the world of sport between now and 8:55. Ibrahim, good morning. What is wrong with Frank Lampard and Chelsea Football Club right now? Seems as if they are beginning to allow the others come into the race, or maybe UEFA Champions League is not for them come next season.
Well, I think to begin with, they have overachieved this season. Not many expected them to be in fourth place. And Frank Lampard, in almost all of his interviews, says we are fourth. People did not expect us to be there. And maybe we shouldn't be too hard on him and the team. This is a very young team. It's a club that were unable to sign in the summer. They had the chance to sign in January, which they didn't utilize, which was a huge surprise. But maybe because of some of the experiences that they've had in the past. Some players that came in January did not quite live up to expectation, and that's why maybe they thought, okay, let's just wait till the summer, we can grind this out. But having said that, I think the fact that they started brightly with this young team, and everybody was talking about how exciting Chelsea was. Frank Lampard even won manager of the month. I mean, they could have really built on that, but when you see the clubs that they have lost to, and even some of the matches where they dropped points, they even had the chances to go on to win that game. In almost every game, Chelsea has had the majority of the possession. So that tells you it's not like teams are outplaying them. It's just that something they lack character. John Terry was one of the pundits on TV yesterday, last night during that match. And Owen Hargreaves was also there, as well as Paul Scholes. And they were saying that Chelsea are lacking a leader like John Terry. And really, you look at the entire Chelsea team, you wonder who can you compare to John Terry, Frank Lampard, Didier Drogba, Michael Ballack, and some of the other giants that they had in the past. Right now in that team, they do not have it. So it is players like that, when things are not going well, they will step on and say, come on lads, we can do this. John Terry, they don't even need the coach when John Terry was there. Jose Mourinho spoke about John Terry yesterday, and he said, look, this guy is one of the most important players I manage in my entire career, if not the most important, because of the kind of personality that he has. We talked some time ago about Stephen Keshi, and when he spoke about Shola Ameobi. So sometimes it's not just how the player performs on the pitch, but his presence, what he can say to his teammates. Keshi said there are times that he needs to tell the player something, but he just needs to explain it to Shola Ameobi, and that's it. In a few words, Shola will convey the message even better than the coach intended. That's the kind of player that John Terry was, and right now Chelsea do not have that kind of player. So Frank Lampard, well, maybe he can be given a bit of leeway, you know, well, young team and all that. But having said all this, you have got to question some of the decisions, and he's beginning to give the impression that Chelsea is too big a club for him to manage because of the way things have gone recently. Last night, for instance, there are certain things that he could have done differently, which he didn't. In terms of the personnel that he deploys, I have always had my reservations about the insistence on English young players playing. I understand you want to give the young players an opportunity and all that, but I don't think he has been very fair to the other non-English players. Every time somebody like Christian Pulisic is on the pitch, he seems he's playing for the next game. If he doesn't perform well in one game, he's taken off in that game and he starts on the bench the next game. Forget his recent injury. I know now he's out. Frank Lampard can say, oh, he's injured, so you don't expect me to play him. But Mason Mount, even when he's sick and he's on the bench, the moment there is any injury to anybody, Mason Mount is the next person to come in. Yesterday, he didn't start. His form has been awful recently. When the season started, the first 5, 6, 7 games, Mason Mount was Chelsea's best player. Yeah, true. That there was no doubt about that. But he has lost form. And what are you doing? You keep playing him every time. Callum Hudson-Odoi, well, maybe all he wanted was to get a jumbo contract, and they gave him £180,000 a week. That's what he gets. That's what they had to sign to prevent him from going to Bayern Munich. And right now he's there. His form has dipped abysmally, and yet he keeps playing almost every time. He did not play yesterday because he was out injured. Well, for Chelsea, I think towards the end of the season, yes, they've got some very difficult games coming up, starting with that Manchester United game, which they lost. But they've got some players coming back. Pulisic is going to come back, hopefully, maybe their next game. Ruben Loftus-Cheek is also now playing, you know, so maybe the next game he's going to come in. Unfortunately for them, N'Golo Kante also copped an injury yesterday. And there's something again about N'Golo Kante, you know, the position that Frank Lampard plays in. I am a bit surprised because I think that this guy is the best holding midfielder in the world. And people like Paul Scholes and Owen Hargreaves agree with me. I really do not understand why they had to move N'Golo Kante forward. That guy is like a human vacuum cleaner. Every ball within a certain radius of this player. He just goes there and gets the ball back. Even when his midfield partners or the strikers, they lose balls, he is there to recover the ball for Chelsea. But they now move him up front. Is he a better ball player than any other Chelsea midfielder? Why not allow Jorginho to play up front and you play Kante as the holding midfielder? Jorginho has never been a holding midfielder for me, but yes, he is the guy who makes all the passes and all that. But if you are looking at the best holding midfielders in the world, Jorginho is nowhere near there. Yeah, in terms of passing, in terms of orchestrating the midfield, fine. But you need that player to do some of the
play both of them right there and allow them sit back like we've seen Jose Mourinho would do, especially when with Man United will play.
Yeah, but even when they do that, somebody needs to be the holding midfielder. But most times,
then allow Jorginho to be the ones moving forward.
That is the surprise. That's why I am baffled. Why don't you allow Jorginho to be the one to do? Maybe Jorginho cannot play that. I don't understand, because Sarri, even when Sarri was there, he never used Jorginho in the more advanced position. It was Sarri that started this, and everything on most people's mind was that, oh, now that Sarri is gone, N'Golo Kante is going to be restored to his holding midfield position. But even when Jorginho does not play, Frank Lampard seems to always play N'Golo Kante up front, which to me it is not his best decision. His goalkeeping decision that he took, well, I agree that Arrizabalaga has not been very good. But since Willy Caballero came in, has there been any difference? So why not restore Arrizabalaga to his position? He's your number one goalkeeper. Manchester United will always play David De Gea. It doesn't matter what is happening, because you know these top goalkeepers can come up with outstanding state. You spend 71 million to make this guy the world's most expensive goalkeeper. So what are you doing? Why do you keep him on the bench? So much as we will want to excuse Frank Lampard because he was unable to sign players, he's just coming into the club, there have been some situations where if he had been a bit more capable, Chelsea could have gotten points from some of the matches that they have lost this season. Now they find themselves in a real battle to make the top four. Tottenham Hotspur are just 1 point behind them. They play them next. If they don't win that game, they will be in in fact, right now they are in serious trouble. Manchester United are, I think, just 3 points behind them now. So instead of them to be in a situation where the others will be battling to make the 5th position, they are now in, if this were down the table, we'll say they have been dragged into a relegation battle, because that's what it is now. They have been dragged into a top 4 battle. They should have been out of sight a long time ago, but they've allowed points to drop, and it's clear that something is not quite right at the club. But I think with some players coming in, they will get it right. However, whether the club will be patient enough with Frank Lampard if he doesn't make the top 4, will they say, okay, we were unable to sign, we did not sign in the summer because of ban. In January, well, we could have signed, but we didn't really get the players that we wanted. So will they, because of that, excuse Frank Lampard? Or if he fails to make the top 4, will they just say, okay? But you know, this year, top 4, 5th position could actually be the new 4th position because of what's going to happen with Manchester City. If they don't get a favorable appeal at the Court of Arbitration Court, finishing 5th, you will qualify for the Champions League. So if Chelsea miss out altogether, I don't know whether the Chelsea hierarchy will be willing to still stay with
all right, we'll go on this quick break, Ibrahim. We're not done with this here because the VAR, so we'll be right back. Let's just pay some bills. We'll be right back.
I'm tired of the poor power situation. Every time I stock the fridge, I come back to spoiled food.
My dear, I am tired too.
I think it's about time we go solar.
Go solar?
With Vertical Solar, we can go solar for as low as 36,000 naira monthly by paying in installments of up to 12 months.
Really?
Vertical Solar range of products can power household devices such as televisions, fridges, air conditioners, microwave, water pumps, electric iron, washing machine, and lots more. With extensive pay in installments plans up to 12 months with 10 years warranty.
Wow! What are the benefits of solar energy?
We are talking uninterrupted power supply, no monthly electricity bill, zero noise and smoke emission, and reduced generator maintenance course.
Where is Vertical Solar located?
Number 28, Country Home Hotel Road, off Ajib Junction, Sapler Road, Benin City. You can call them on 0816-170-1105 or 0703-623-4843. You can also send them an email on info@verticalsolar.com.ng.
Vertical Solar, your lifetime power partners.
Another gift. This your guy, Sha.
That's so I see him.
Just like that.
Yup.
And you know ask.
Nope, my sister.
Gifts mean more when unexpected. That's why Airtel is giving you up to 100 million naira weekly in the Airtel Thanks Cash Token promo. To stand a chance to win, dial *479# now. Terms and conditions apply.
Boyfriend, does your boyfriend not have friends like him?
Airtel, the smartphone network.
All right, thank you so much for staying with us on the show this morning. Okay, talking about the role VAR played in that game yesterday, let's talk about Chelsea's equalizing goal, the very first one that was disallowed by VAR. I thought there was a push from Fred, the Brazilian Manchester United, on the back of Cesar Azpilicueta before the push on, was he Luke Shaw? Williams, okay. Yeah. But the VR did not see that. It saw the push and stretch of Azpilicueta, and they ruled off the goal. Yeah. I was surprised. But what about what Fred did? Because Fred actually gave him the push.
Yeah, exactly. You know, VAR was brought in to kind of take away controversy from football. Yeah. But unfortunately, after a fantastic game at Stamford Bridge, we are not talking about the performance of Manchester United. Manchester United did fantastic yesterday. They got they dug deep and they got 2 fantastic goals, 2 headers. We are not even really talking about Ojo Igalo almost scoring Manchester United when he came in. We are talking about the VAR decisions, and this is what is being discussed in sports studios all over the world.
Sorry.
A bit under the weather this morning.
Sorry.
Okay, so we're not talking about all of these things happening. We are talking about the decisions that they are intervened in. And you wonder, this technology was supposed to eliminate all of this when an error is clear and obvious, and it can impact the game. Why they brought in VAR was to kind of stop all of this in football. But these days, almost every time that VAR intervenes, you have a situation where you have got to talk about it. In the studio yesterday, where I was watching the game, we had Owen Hargreaves, who is a former Manchester United player, Paul Scholes, a former Manchester United player, and John Terry, who is the former Chelsea captain. The 3 of them were, in fact, Gospuye was on in Stamford Bridge. It was reported. Gospuye was also there. 4 of them, former international players, former Premier League players. The 4 of them were unanimous. They agreed that certain decisions that the VAR took should not have stood. For instance, the red card on what ought to have been a red card. That should have been a red card. But in this other one, I think the verdict was 3-1. Paul Scholes was saying that the touch from Fred was minimum, but he agreed that Fred touched Cesar Azpilicueta. So John Terry was telling him, when you're on the pitch and you are running, the slightest touch would throw you off. And that was what happened. If Fred had not touched Azpilicueta, will he have clattered into Williams with both hands?
Yeah, because actually he was protecting himself.
He was even trying to go and head the ball. But when there was that touch, he was falling over, so
he had to just
instinctively put out his hand. Unfortunately, he touched Williams. Did he touch Williams? Yes. Is it a foul? It is a foul. But what prompted it? So that is where the VAR thing comes in. If you are going to review the Cesar Azpilicueta foul, you've got to go back and find out what caused it. If nobody had touched Cesar Azpilicueta and he had impeded Williams, fine, disallow the goal. You say that there is a foul there, so you allow you stop play right there. But something happened before that. You can't just take that situation of the Williams and you ignore the one that happened to Cesar Azpilicueta. Remember that match between Tottenham and Everton where Andre Gomez got
injured. Yeah.
You remember that it wasn't really the tackle from Son that injured Andre Gomez, but Son was issued a red card. Why? Because he tackled Andre Gomez from behind, and that pushed him over, and then he clattered into St. Aurier, who was already on the floor to make the tackle, and that broke his leg, and he was issued a red card, which was later rescinded. But the referee took that decision because it was Son. Without Son, Andre Gomez would not have gone into St. Aurier. So without Fred yesterday, and Azpilicueta will not have clattered into Williams. And so if you are going to disallow the goal for that, so why don't you go back to what happened earlier and then give a foul? If there were two fouls there, first foul Fred on Azpilicueta. If you are going to give a foul, then you should give a penalty for Fred touching Azpilicueta. I've had arguments that, it was a minimal touch. It doesn't matter. Was it a foul? It's a foul. It's a foul. So if you are not going to give that, then you do not give the second one. Because the second one happened as a reaction to the first one. If nobody had touched Azpilicueta, he would not have fallen over. I'm sure all he wanted to do was to jump and head the ball, but somebody impeded him, and then that's the natural. I have never seen where we played football, not professionally, but at least we played, even if it is backyard football. When you are running and somebody touches you, your hands come out. You try to, it's natural. Even those that are not sportsmen, when anything like that happens, you bring out your hand to protect yourself. It's the natural thing to do in that moment. So if you are going to disallow a goal, it's such a high-profile game, then you have got to look at what caused it. So if VAR cannot clearly give these decisions, then you wonder why VAR is there in the first place. Then another incident, the one involving Harry Maguire. He too said, well, he was falling over and he saw Bishop Batshuayi falling on him, and then he stretched out. He agreed that he touched him, but that it wasn't intentional. That he just spread out his leg to protect himself. That he didn't kick out. That's what he said. Now, the same referee, Andre Taylor, was in that match. Anthony Taylor was the center referee when Tottenham Hotspur hosted Chelsea. And Hyun Sung-min was issued a red card for a tackle on Anthony Rudiger. Remember that? Now, the same man was in the center yesterday. But that first one, I think he saw that one immediately and he issued the, he gave the red card, VAR checked it and it stood. Now, yesterday, Chris Kavanagh was the VAR. Anthony Taylor did not really see that first one because you saw that it was outside the pitch. But there was a foul first. Bishop Batshuayi fouled Harry Maguire. So Harry Maguire was falling over. He could have, I've heard all he said about
avoided that.
He could have avoided stretching out his leg. But he did. And you saw where he hit Bishop Batshuayi in his midsection and his leg. That was a terrible thing to do. Although he said he has apologized to him and Bishop took it. But you could see the reaction the moment it happened. It happened right in front of the Chelsea bench. All of them stood up to protest. But the problem was that I think that Anthony Taylor did not go to check the VAR screen. Chris Kavanagh communicated with him and said, well, he didn't see anything wrong with it, so he just allowed it. If Anthony Taylor had gone to the side screen himself to look at that incident, then he would have given a red card. For this one, John Terry, Owen Hargreaves, Paul Scholes, Gospoye, and even Demon Magalaga, who is a former retired referee. He usually makes contribution. He said, look, this guy was lucky not to have gone. He usually defends the decisions of referees. But he said Harry Maguire was very lucky not to have been sent off. When you look, the more you look at it, the more you feel the VAR missed it. And they're talking about Chris Kavanagh this weekend. He's going to be in action as a center referee. So will he, if he sees such a thing, will he not issue a red card? Now, whether Harry Maguire intended it or not, it doesn't matter.
There was a tackle, and
You
that's
stretch out your leg and you hit somebody in the midsection. That was a red card. There is no debate about that one. It ought to have been a red card. And you wonder, even with VAR, they were unable to spot that. And these are very crucial points at the game. If Harry Maguire had been issued that red card, would he have gone on to score
the second goal?
The same thing happened when Chelsea played against Arsenal away. Jorginho later scored the penalty in that game. But Jorginho ought to have been given a second yellow card. It was a blatant foul, but the referee, for some reason, even with the VAR, did not issue him a second yellow card. So he stayed on and then went on to score a penalty, and Chelsea eventually won that game. So Harry Maguire yesterday, maybe it's poetic justice now against Chelsea. They enjoyed it before. Now it was against them. A player that ought to have been sent off, now coming to score. The other goal, the second goal that Chelsea scored,
was it offside rather?
It was offside.
Okay.
Look, offside is offside. It's bad. Look, in the past, without VAR, that will have stood. And I don't think Manchester United will have complained. Nobody. The first goal, the first one, where there was a foul, because the player was on the floor, about 5 Manchester United players raised their hands in protest. But that second goal, nobody, not even one.
They were surprised.
Everybody just accepted that, okay, we have conceded 2-1. Because of the way Juru came. But when you have to, this is what sometimes bothers me about this. That is it. If you have to wait for lines to be drawn.
You say, hold on, wait. There's the black and yellow line coming up.
Before you can tell us a goal has been scored or not. These are millimeters we're talking about. So why do we need that in football? Well, thank God it wasn't his armpits. We have seen that. Where they drew lines. Liverpool scored his goal. They said it was somebody's armpit was offside. So you wonder with this VAR thing, when you start bringing in all this and tiny margins. Look, there have been times in the past when there was a clear offside. The assistant referee missed it. The center referee, everybody missed it. That is where VAR comes in and gives it, you can see clearly this player is offside. But when you have to draw that line and you are... I don't understand. I don't understand. Chelsea accepted it. Frank Lampard said, it's offside. With the new rules, it's offside. So there's nothing we can do about that. It ought to have been a brilliant goal from Olivier Giroud. Again, this will make you question Frank Lampard.
He looks sharp yesterday.
Sharper than Michel Batshuayi.
He was moving very well.
Why have you kept him on the bench? He would have cost more. When Odion Ighalo came in for the how many minutes that he was on the field, he disturbed Chelsea's defense more than Batshuayi did to Manchester United's defense all through the time that he was there. So you wonder if you want to give, you want to cut Frank Lampard some slack. These are some of the things that you see that has happened in the club. And you wonder, so why do this? Why leave Batshuayi there? You've left him there for some time and he has not been able to do it. Why not try Olivier Giroud? This guy is a World Cup winner. Forget that he didn't score at the World Cup, but he's there and he's always causing problems. And you know, when you have people who can cross the ball into the 18-yard box, he's going to attack it. The 2 goals that Manchester United scored yesterday were headers. And Chelsea got a goal that ought to have been
from set pieces as well.
From
maybe even the 2 of them should have been set from set pieces.
But because of the offside, new offside rule and all that, that's why it wasn't given. So he ought to have maybe started Olivier Giroud. The guy clearly would be leaving at the end of the season. So now that Tammy Abraham is out injured, why not play him instead of Michel? Or when you started Michel Batshuayi, you can see clearly this is not working. As you are coming in the second half, you bring in Olivier Giroud, but he didn't, and they got punished for it.
The only thing that pained me in that game yesterday was that chance missed by Odion Ighalo. Not really, it was half a chance.
I already jumped in the air, my hands up, celebrating Odion Ighalo scoring on his, because I really wanted that. I want Odion Ighalo to score and succeed at Manchester United, to shut the mouths of all the critics that have been saying it's not good enough, is this, is that. I do not ever believe that a Nigerian or the black person is not good enough, because sometimes it could be latent, but you tend to perceive some kind of racism in some of the way they have been trying to bring down Mojang Galo, wondering how can you go and sign a player in China and all that. Barcelona went to China to get Paulinho, so I don't understand what they're talking about. So I really wanted him to score, but I think he showed us in the about 5 minutes he was on the pitch that given time, he would definitely cause problems for clubs in the English Premier League.
All right, that would happen, and it took United from the 9th position to the 7th position, like Ibrahim told you, just 3 points behind Chelsea. Chelsea play Tottenham this weekend. They play Watford at home, and Sheffield United, you cannot just talk about them. They play at home as well against Brighton and Hove Albion. Look at the way they've been. You say Sheffield United should be able to get that. So Chelsea have their work cut out for them against Tottenham Hotspur, who also looking forward to overtake Chelsea Football Club from the top 4 right now. And elsewhere, in the games played yesterday, we also had a game in Italy where AC Milan won against Torino 1-0, and that was how it ended. So they won their weekend game this weekend. Then from there, we're going to talk about Raula, who is the agent of Paul Pogba quickly. He said that he has been nice to Ole Gunnar Solskjaer in his press conference before the game last night. He actually said that he doesn't really understand Raula. He hasn't spoken with Milos Raula, and Paul Pogba is out injured. Is one player that is going to stay with Manchester United. Remember, Milos Raula talking about how the Pogba is looking to win things and all that stuff. We spoke about it, and he reacted when he came back from the winter break that right now he hasn't spoken with Raula, but he and Pogba, they are fine, and Pogba, when he's good enough, fit enough rather, he will play for Manchester United. Okay, he said yesterday that his Pogba is on the property of Ole Gunnar Solskjaer, and that Pogba is his own property. That there are things he remember what he told Pogba during the summer. If he wants him to write everything up in the media, he would do that. But again, I hope that they are able to settle this, and Pogba finally gets to stay or leave Manchester United at the end of this summer. But one thing for sure we know is that UEFA Champions League is back, and the round of 16 will start at different stadia today. And today, Atletico Madrid, right there at the Wanda Metropolitano, will play host to Liverpool, and there is a 5,000 naira bet up for grab for Ibrahim tonight.
Not a bet.
Okay. Dash.
No, it's not even for tonight. It's over the 2 legs.
Okay.
That if Atletico Madrid knocks out Liverpool, I will get 5,000 naira. If Liverpool knocks out Atletico Madrid, Osawa gets nothing because I do not make a bet with him. He just told me that.
But why would someone just see that in his own house?
He's super confident. So no problem. Well, the way they are playing, you do not fancy Atletico Madrid to knock out Liverpool, but then in knockout football anything can happen, so you don't just take anything for granted.
All right, and Atletico will be at home, like I said, against Liverpool for tonight. That game will start by 9 p.m. Nigerian time, while at the Signal Iduna Park, Borussia Dortmund will be home against Paris Saint-Germain. Those are the fixtures for you from the UEFA Champions League for tonight, Tuesday, the round of 16, as we get things underway. Now, this one kind of, I don't know, nice for the family, but for we down here, not really the kind of news we really like. You remember John Fashanu, the Nigerian that really didn't play for Nigeria? His younger brother also played football. He played for Norwich City and Nottingham Forest. His name was Justin Fashanu. Now, I use the word "was" because he is late now. He died in 1998, just during the World Cup Yoruba. He came out first, the only and first player that came out as gay, and that did not greet the football world in the right way. And his teammates, the opponent he played against, they didn't take it well with him after he came out that he was homosexual, and that led to depression, and he took his life. I've listened to John Fashanu, his elder brother, talking about it, that they didn't manage a situation where they didn't know that he went into depression, and everybody against him sat then, and he had to just take his life. So just
even his father at that point said, just should have let me die before he came out to say this thing. That was a time when, look, this thing was not accepted. Even today in Nigeria and in many African countries, it's not acceptable.
Even Russia.
It is a crime in Nigeria that carries 14 years, and it brings disgrace and what have you. But we are beginning to have the world accept that.
Disgusting.
Well, the world is beginning to accept it. If Justin were alive today, I don't think he would be taking his life. But he took his life because of one allegation that he raped a young boy, and then when the whole thing was going on, that's when he decided that he couldn't stay on, and then he took his life.
Okay, now what we're talking about him is that he's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame later this week, and his niece and the daughter of John Fashanu, who is in charge of his foundation, the Justin Fashanu Foundation, Ama Fashanu, will be there to receive the award. Now, like I said, Ama is the daughter of John Fashanu. John Fashanu, did he get to play for Nigeria? At some point, he said he came to the camp and...
No, he didn't.
Okay.
And John is not the elder brother, he's the younger brother.
Okay.
Justin is actually...
Okay, the older, sorry.
Justin is older than John. John did not really play for Nigeria. There were times that he said he got invited and all that. I've spoken to John personally, I've interviewed him, and he said that his biggest regret is not playing for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He almost did during the 1994 World Cup, the Tunisia 94, USA 94 period.
Yeah.
Yes. I recall Complete Sports, one of the most influential Nigerian sports papers then, even did a special which they tagged Shove the Fash. And that's because they said, look, when Nigeria wanted John Fashanu desperately, they wanted him to come for the 1988 Olympic Games. But for some reason, he did not attend that games. And we know what happened. Nigeria performed poorly at the Olympic Games. Many of our big stars were unable to come. Only Rashidi Ekini, Samuel Oparaji, Ademola Adesina, and a couple of others could go. Even Stephen Keshi and so many others were unable to make that Olympics. So for many years, Nigeria wanted John to play for the country, but they said I think he said he came and attended some training camp, but something always happened and he was unable to make it. But in that build up to Tunisia 94 USA, and then he had already played for England, but I think he could still have switched allegiance, but it didn't quite work out. So till this day, it is one of his biggest regrets that he never played for. His biggest regrets in football is that he did not play for Nigeria. He told me that personally.
Oh, okay. That's what is happening for Justin Fashanu. He's going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame right here in England. And remember, like I said, he's the first footballer that came out, the only one actually that came out as gay. Now, quickly, let's talk.
After him, others, well, maybe some not during their playing career. Later, they came out as gay, and there have been many even these days, but not in elite division. Some of them have even said they are trying to come out, but because of one reason or the other, they decide not to. But in other sports, we have openly gay athletes now doing great stuff. Even at the Olympics now, you're beginning to see them, people waving the rainbow color, the rainbow flag as they call it. So,
all right, let's talk about some good news, Brian. Mercy won the Ferris Award yesterday.
Yeah.
I think he's not the only athlete as a footballer to have won
the first footballer to win the Laureus Award for Sportsman of the Year. But he is the FIFA Player of the Year. However, you look back at other times that he had won this award, when his team had won the treble or something. This time, Barcelona only won the La Liga last season. So I am wondering why Laureus felt this was the right time to make Lionel Messi the Sportsman of the Year. I'm not saying he doesn't deserve, but I'm wondering why. Because there have been other times when his performances, unquestionably, you feel oh, this guy is the world footballer of the year. And if you make him the sportsman of the year that year, I will not have a problem with it. Maybe it's perhaps because the others did not perform as well. He didn't win it alone. They were co-winners with Lewis Hamilton. Lewis Hamilton of Formula One and Mercedes. So they were both given the award. But Lionel Messi becomes the first player in a team sport to be recognized as World Sportsman of the Year, the Laureus award. So congratulations to Lionel Messi and Lewis Hamilton. They are the Sportsmen of the Year 2020. So he's the first footballer of the year. He wasn't there to physically collect it, but he sent a message. But for Lewis Hamilton, he was there and he called for more diversity in the sport of Formula One. For the Sportsman of the Year, Simone Biles, fantastic. I don't think anybody can disagree with this. She made history in October by becoming the most decorated gymnast in the World Championship. She won 5 gold medals in Stuttgart, Germany, to take her tally to 25, and then she overtook the previous record of 23 held by the Belarusian gymnast Vitaly Shehapo. Then for the comeback of the year, it went to, and the Ruiz in boxing was part of the nominees, but it went to Sofia Flourish, who is a motor racing driver. She's just 19-year-old. She made a successful return to the sport after she suffered a horrifying crash at the Macau Grand Prix, which left her with a fractured spine. Imagine you suffered that time. You're back. The team of the year went to the South Africa's rugby team, the men's team, known as the Springboks. They won the World Cup in the 2019 Rugby World Cup. Then their captain, Sia Kolisi, was there, and he said, look, it was great. We want this to see the joy in kids' faces back home. That's exactly why they did their best to win the World Cup. Sporting moment of the year went to India's men's cricket team. Breakthrough of the year, Egan Bamal, the first Colombian to win the Tour de France and the youngest rider to claim victory. Then we have the sports person with a disability. It went to Oscana Masters. Action sports person, Chloe Kim. Then the Academy Experimental Achievement Award went to the Spanish Basketball Federation. Sport for Good Award went to South Bronx United. Then Lifetime Achievement Award. This one was given to Dirk Nowitzki, who played for the Dallas Mavericks in the NBA, and the award was presented by Vladimir Klitschko. Then the Little Master, Sachin Tendulkar, was also recognized at the award.
Okay, and this one kind of a Cinderella story for her. She didn't get to win yesterday, but she produced a remarkable display for her first WTA match in early 80. I'm talking about Kim Clijsters. She lost to Australian Open finalist Gabina Muguruza in Dublin yesterday, but people are talking about the way she played. Lost the game 6-2, 7-6, but it was a pride moment for her.
Yeah, fantastic. The second set, in particular, first set she was beaten 7-6. Second set she suffered a break, but she was able to fight back and took it to a tie break, which she lost 8-6. Gabina Muguruza played in the Australian Open final just a couple of days back. And for Kim Clijsters to hold her own against her, it tells you that maybe she's really ready to come back. One of the few players to make a successful comeback. This will be her second comeback. Last time she first retired was in 2007. Then before that, she took a break in 2005 to have a child, raise a family. Then she came back and won 2 Grand Slams, and now she has 3 kids and she's making a return to tennis. In her heyday, she was one of the few players that could go toe-to-toe and match the power of Serena Williams. One of the few players to have beaten both Venus and Serena Williams in the same tournaments, back-to-back. You know, so she's one of the all-time greats in women's tennis. Maybe do not have the Grand Slams like Serena Williams, Venus Williams, Margaret Court, Billie Jean King, Monica Seles, and the other great stars, but consistently she's been there. She and there's this other Belgian lady, Justin Enin. At one point, Justin Enin had in at one point world number one. She just retired, and people were wondering, you are at the top of your game, why retire? I'm still young. But she attempted to make a comeback. She got to the final of a Grand Slam, but then retired again. So I'm happy that she's back now and doing great, but I don't know for how long she can go. She's 36 now with a family, so I don't know how far she can continue on this project, but it was great to see her back, even though she lost.
Okay, let's take a pause from us now. Sorry, still from us anyway. Let's take a pause from other sport. Let's go straight to you and talk about Congo sport. What happened yesterday as far as Modern Night Raw is concerned, before we finally take a pause from us and hear from the fans talking about the text messages?
Yeah, Randy Orton, remember that he first attacked Edge, then last week he attacked Matt Hardy, one of the Hardy boys. Well, he showed the video of that his attack on Matt Hardy. Then he came out and he said that his no holds barred with Matt Hardy was not going to happen. But Matt Hardy came in with a brace, a neck brace, and then he told him that he will fight Randy Orton despite doctors not clearing him. Randy apologized for his action and walked away. However, halfway through his departure, he came back and assaulted Matt Hardy. Again, the same thing he did. He still brought him into the... at one point, it looked like he was not going to hit him with the chair. Then he took him to the steel steps and then hit him twice. Alicia Black fought against Eric Rowan. Alicia Black was able to get victory in this encounter. Charlotte Flair, she explained why she chose Rhea Ripley. Remember that she went to NXT and she attacked her. Or she came out and she talked about her attack on Ripley, and then she explained that she chose to go after Ripley at WrestleMania 36 because she's gone through a hardship in NXT, and she wanted to put over the new brand, that's the NXT brand, in her own way. That is, she is a product of the NXT, so she wants the world to see how good the NXT is, and that's why she attacked Rhea Ripley so that she can fight against their champion at WrestleMania. We had the 247 championship. It was a triple threat. Mojo Rawley was in action against Moss and R-Fruit, but Moss was the one who was able to win this to retain the 247 championship. Then Drew McIntyre faced off against MVP, that's Montel Vontavious Porter. He came to the ring talking about Drew McIntyre, and he promised that he was going to beat Brock Lesnar at WrestleMania 36. Paul Heyman interrupted and then told him, look, you should be worried about my man. But MVP came and then he ran down Drew McIntyre for attacking him last time out, that Drew McIntyre, he was trying to help Drew McIntyre, but Drew McIntyre betrayed him. So they had the match and Drew McIntyre won this easily. Becky Lynch then promised that she came out with a bag of money, dollars, and then she threw them on the mats, and she said, look, I am making payment for the fines I am going to get because of what I'm going to do to Shania Baszler. Remember that Baszler attacked her last week and even beat her on her neck. But Baszler appeared on the Titantron, and then she told Becky Lynch that she was going to go into the elimination chamber, and then she will earn a right to fight for the Raw Women's Championship at WrestleMania. And Becky Lynch told that, look, I am rooting for you because I want you to win so that I can get my hands on you. And Bobby Lashley and Angel Garza, they took on Rusev and Humberto Carrillo. Garza and Lashley defeated Carrillo and Rusev via pinfall. Natalia was in action against Kairi Sane. but with Aska around, who is the tag partner of Carison, they had too much, and they were able to defeat Carison defeated Natalia via count out because Aska knocked her out of the ring, which made the referee to count her out. Then Seth Rollins came out and he talked about how the next phase of his plan was not going to be easy, and that he would reach out to the weak and help them, and he will make sure that everyone who was non-compliant will suffer. And then the Viking Raiders, they came out and attacked the AOPs, and they retreated, but Kevin Owens hit Seth Rollins with a stunner. Ricochet was in action against Carl Anderson, and Ricochet won that fight. AJ Styles has returned from injury, and AJ Styles came to the ring and was boasting that he needed an opponent for WrestleMania, and that he doesn't mind even if it is legendary fighters like The Undertaker and Shawn Michaels that he will get. But Ricochet arrived, and then he said, look, I'll be the champion after WWE Super Showdown. And then he said he wanted to fight Styles, but instead he got Carl Anderson, and he defeated Carl Anderson. Kevin Owens and the Viking Raiders took on Buddy Murphy and the AOP. Kevin Owens and the Viking Raiders defeated Buddy Murphy and the AOP via disqualification because Seth Rollins intervened in this encounter. So these are some of the stuff that went down last night.
All right, let's take a look at the messages now.
Okay, let's see. This one reads, thumbs up to Rangers International fans for keeping their cool in the face of perceived referees' inefficiency. It's an English example for other fans. Peter. Bro Osi from Medical, can Man City appeal the ban? Yeah, they've already appealed to the Court of Arbitration for Sports. So it is after they hear their case that we'll know whether the ban will be effected or not. Liverpool has won the league, no doubt about that, but Mr. Ibrahim, shouldn't Kevin De Bruyne be named PFA Player of the Year? Palma from Idokba. Instead of Kevin De Bruyne, I think I'll give to Sadio Mane. Not because I'm African. Let's see. Hi guys, which clubs in Nigeria have administrative building, training and development facilities, not stadiums as training facilities? I think we need to do that. You need a special report on it because you have to travel to almost all the states to see which has which. The MPFL keeps going backward because the wrong guys handle the league. If Chief Oyeke Obaseki could make the MPL #1 in Africa, yet the current management can't even sustain the league, even with instability in the northern region of the continent, then why do they still perpetuate themselves in office? Make them leave our football alone. What is wrong with your line? It doesn't deliver messages. Why? Kelechi Madu from the Kelechi, this one delivered. Sure you don't believe me now, Ibrahim. Kelechi Madu from the believe you about what? I don't understand. Good morning, sportsmen. Thank God for our win yesterday. More good things to come from Wilfred Opasapoma. Good AM Sports Break. Please, will EPL remove points from Man City in that season under review? And if that happens, who will be crowned champion? Well, the team with the next most points, the team that finished second, will be crowned champions. But look, I don't think they will do that. But there are talks. However, I don't know. Good morning, Oga of Sports. I beg. Okay, shake that. Maraka. Okay, we did this. We did this yesterday for Ikobaoka. Good morning, sportsmen. I'm sad because of recent conduct of the NFF. First, they have remained incommunicado as regards the future of Janet Raw appointed an assistant and only informed him at the 11th hour. Now they've decided to move Eagles next month to Asaba, knowing full well the coach has bitterly complained about the state of the turf there. From the look of things, it's obvious the NFF want the coach to fail, so they could sack him without incurring the wrath of Nigerians. They made a step in the right direction by appointing him, but have since abandoned the idea. The handwriting is on the wall. I won't be surprised. Well, I don't think the NFF would. How do you cut off your nose to spite your face? If Janet Raw fails, it's the NFF that is failing. So they want him to succeed. And some of the things you mentioned.
Yeah, I think the only one I would take is my concern for the stadium. But again, they've played there before. They won games there.
They won, and have they even decided on Asaba?
Yeah.
Okay. I told you guys Ikobaoka was going to win the first position. You guys didn't believe me. Sheuna, Madu from Depo. Did anybody argue with him that Ikobaoka was not going to?
Let's take one more.
A good day says, if City should finish second, will only 3 teams eventually go for the EPL in England, or 5th place will draw that? Well, we don't know yet. UEFA has not taken a decision on that at the moment.
All right, this is where we have to draw the curtains on the show this morning. But before we go, let's take the final whistle.
Of course, for Zoma's goal, I pushed Williams, but I was pushed. At least go to the monitor. It takes 30 seconds. The referee on the pitch has to be the one to take the decision. My intention when I ran to the front post was not to push Williams. I'm not saying the push from Fred was a penalty, but my push is a consequence of his push. Chelsea captain Cesar Azpilicueta reacting to his side disallowed goal in the EPL game versus Manchester United last night. That's the final whistle on Sports Fiesta this morning.
Once you hear that, it's time for us to leave. We're back by 4 p.m. Have yourself a wonderful day ahead. Bye-bye.
Certain impacts we can make. So don't just tie it around you must win election before you can exist.
All right, give us an example of a political party and its ideology that we should know.
You can start with yours if you like.
Yes.
Yes, of course.
What is the name of your political
Labour
party?
Party has an
Labour
ideology.
Party.
And what is that?
That first, wealth will be taken from the rich and distributed to the poor in order to have an even wealth in the society.
Something like socialism.
Exactly. We're also looking at the very age. How can we deal with their problem in the society? Making them to live well until the very time the Almighty will decide to take them home.
Now, some people have countered this view that if political parties can exist for humanitarian purposes, just like your party, why not form an NGO instead of forming a political party, since your main aim is not to win elections?
So why have they not also asked questions that, why are they looking at restricting us to registering NGO? What reason have they given that, because we are looking at the welfare? So the registered political parties, what are they looking at? Are they also looking at just winning election without the welfare of the people?
Are you comfortable with 93 political parties?
Why not? Because it has not contravened the law.
No, I'm not done yet. 92 political parties,
yes,
and over 100 queuing up to join that. That if, hypothetically speaking, it happens, and we have 192 political parties contesting for elections at the same time, would you be comfortable with that number?
But has it contravened the law of the land? Has it changed the position of the law on the registry of the number of political parties we should have?
Your position is the fact that these political parties are not contravening the law of the land.
That's the thing.
Even if many of them do not meet up to the requirements of being a political party.
Even if some of them just exist for
on
existing sake, on paper.
No, the point is, when you say existing for existing sake, you have just asked of an ideology. And we have said that do not tie the registration of political parties strictly to the fact that it must win election, it must be government, it must be this. There are some other things the political parties will be doing socially and otherwise. We have just mentioned.
Let me throw your question. Let me throw your answer and reverse it to a question back to you as Labour Party. You said that you're trying to bring in to bring out words from the rich and spread it out to make the poor also have a say. Now, what programs have you designed to carry out this ideology as a political party in Edo State here?
Well, I must tell you that all of that you have just asked now, they are very strategical, and certain programs like that may not necessarily be discussed by me on television, on radio, as it were, you ask now. I would minimize not trying to ask that question, because there is an extent to which I will speak on behalf of the political party I belong, and then it may be unacceptable, at national level. But however, I can tell you that programs are designed to achieve that. But given that we have not been able, to actually meet this winning of a team, you may say we are not yet doing it, but I can tell you at a very low level, we are already practicing it.
All right, let's talk about this order that was given by Justice Amudi Chikere. Now, before now, this case has been in court for 5 months. October 2019, that was when 33 political parties filed this case, and now the order has been given. Does this cover the rest 74 political parties? What is the fate of the rest of the parties that were not included to these 33 political parties?
But the court says that the 74, that the political don't register.
No, it's 31.
It's 31. Yeah, 31, not 33. 31 political parties filed a motion challenging the registration of the political parties.
But are no general principles in that? There are no general principles in that filing of that case, because what affects those parties indirectly affected the others that may not have been there, and they may have even be speaking on behalf of other political parties who are necessarily joined there.
So it basically means like this judgment covers the 74 political parties, not just the 33 that filed the motion in court.
Yes.
Okay. The basic requirement, one of the basic requirements is you have to win at least 2,596 of the votes cast in one state of the federation during the presidential election. We know that there is no state in Nigeria that doesn't have up to 500,000 voters at the minimum. This morning I can tell you that one of your colleagues, a chairman of the Zenith Labour Party, Chief Dan Nwanyawo, I'm sure you know him, he came out to endorse INEC's deregistration of these political parties. And he said, and I quote, he said, some of these parties exist under the mango tree. This is what, quote unquote. And that some of them have no business being a political party. And some of them are just family, or what the language you use, family enterprises masquerading as political parties. So it would appear that there is actually a crack within IPAC itself. Some people stand for the registration of the political parties, while others, yourself included, stand against it.
No, we are.
So some of you guys are even divided.
We are not standing against the registration of political parties. No, I have emphatically said that. But that there were issues in the court for which INEC ought to have been part of our weights before the last registration. I've also went on to say that, yes, if a political party has not sustained the reasons of its existence, it could be deregistered. But that there must be a way to it that will be clear to everybody why we are doing it. It's not enough for Wanyawu to come out and say, oh, one or two political parties are, doing this and that. Of course, we are not equally fortunate, it's not even. What you have, the other may not have it. But that is not to say that you should do the registration in a manner that will violate certain rights of some people. You must drive it to the point that it's clear that what you are doing is right. It's not an outright violation of the rights of some people. That's what we are saying. Otherwise, yes, INEC has quoted the law. You are free to deregister political parties and all of that. We are supporting it. But in fact, people went to court. Political parties went to court to say, no, you can't do this. Is it right for INEC this
is not the first time. Before the 2015 election, we had the same thing happen. INEC deregistered some political parties in the build-up to the 2015 election.
Yes.
So it's not the first time it's happening.
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Now, we also know that there was a case in 2002 by Gani Faremi challenging, and that had to actually do with registration of political parties. What is different about this particular exercise? This is not the first time it's happening.
The difference is, like I've continued to answer, is that this you mentioned May around May last
October
last year.
Yes.
And the registration happened now. What was the question in court in October last year? Has those questions been exhausted? Have they been answered before this latest the registration? This is the point I'm making.
Did you get a letter? Did you get a letter from INEC as
Before
regards
the
this
deregistration?
deregistration exercise? Did INEC write to your party, Labour Party?
No.
They say they did. They wrote to most of the parties. They said the ones they couldn't reach were the ones who had moved from their addresses, but that they invited many of your
What
national
I'm
chairmen.
completely aware of is that they did an audit of political parties all around before the end of last year. You know, that I know of very well. But this latest registration, perhaps my headquarters have not sent a copy of that letter to me. I'm not very aware. I can neither say no or yes whether we were contacted about the deregistration or not. As of now, I do not have a correspondent to that effect, either from my headquarters or from INEC here at the state, as to be informed that we were back on the deregistration of political parties as also as time.
All right, we'll take a short break. When we come back, we'll delve into the next topic of discussion.
Join the conversation on KUFM's dialogue as we introduce written voices. You can now keep the conversation going beyond 10 a.m. Send us your views on topical or burning issues of the moment, news, current affairs, or social-political issues that you may wish to share your thoughts on. It must be civil, factual, straight to the point, and in not more than 150 words, and we will give it a voice. Send your views to kufmdialogue@gmail.com or via our WhatsApp platform on 0807 552 7556. Keep the conversation going. In dialogue, your voice counts.
All right, you're welcome back. Right now we have Oluwole Osaze Uzi with us, who will be throwing more light on the topic of discussion.
Okay, you're welcome to the program, Mr. Osaze Uzi.
Thank you for having me. Good morning.
Good morning. Meanwhile, we have the IPAC chairman, Edo State chapter, in the studio with us this morning, and it's on the same issue. So he is arguing that INEC erred in going ahead. INEC erred in going ahead with their deregistration process, and that there was a case in court, and it shouldn't have progressed, until that case was actually determined. How do you answer that question?
Well, very simply, I refer him and all those who are thinking like him to the statement of INEC, the statement of the chairman on the day the parties were registered. 75 parties did not meet a threshold set by the Constitution, but only 74 were deregistered. The 75th party was in court and obtained an injunction asking us not to proceed pending the determination of the case. And in that statement, we said, look, because of that, with due deference to the injunction and to the case in court, we will not proceed with the direction of that party until the case is settled. And that was done. No other party had any injunction from any court. So having not been restrained by any court, we could and we did go ahead with the deregistration. So the four parties are, as we speak, deregistered.
Okay, so the court order, is it an interim, is it an interlocutory order, or is it like stop everything? I mean, please throw more light on it. You were on the receiving end of the court order, please.
Does the court
Which
order...
of the court orders? One of yesterday, yes. Both were interlocutory. In other words, they were pending the determination of the action. So the rights of the parties have not been determined yet. The courts have not said INEC you are right or INEC you are wrong. That is still a subject of litigation. And you cannot be in the courtroom and be in the newsroom at the same time. You cannot be discussing the case that you have pending in court outside of court. That is what your lawyer should do in court, discussing the merits of the case. So whatever order that has been obtained is interlocutory, it's pending determination of the main action.
We understand it's 31 political parties or thereabouts who have that order on INEC, Does it affect the other 40 or so political parties who were deregistered previously?
Not to the best of our knowledge. The enrolled order has not been drawn up yet, so it's difficult for us to speculate. It hasn't been drawn up. But what I do know is that 33 parties went to court on this one of yesterday. And 2 of the parties in that plaintiffs in that case are not even deregistered. And some were deregistered for other reasons, for breach of the conditions of registration. So going to argue about whether you win a threshold of seats or you don't win a percentage of seats, it's of no moment. So these are issues that will be trashed out in court. But 2 of them have not been registered.
Okay, all right. Chairman, are you comfortable with his answer?
Yes, okay.
You're comfortable with it. All right, thank you very much, Mr. Ololo Sazozi. Thank you very much for talking to us this morning.
It's a pleasure as always. Thank you.
So you heard directly from the horse's mouth. He has told you, I did mention that he said, to the best of his knowledge, the court order does not affect the other 40 political parties who were not party to the suit.
That's contrary to what you've just said. That
No, get him right. He said he could not specifically speak on that now.
He said to the best of my knowledge. That's what he said.
Yes. So there's a speculation. It's not exact. I was listening. It was not exact. That whether it affect them or not.
All right.
It was not exact.
Okay, so I think he has put this to rest. So it's interlocutory, and even if one of the parties involved in the case was not actually deregistered themselves, just like your party was not deregistered, but you are at the forefront saying no, you can't deregister other political parties, despite the fact that my party was not deregistered. But some of your colleagues in the political sphere have come out to side with INEC and say, look, you guys, you've done the right thing, go ahead. Some other political parties don't even deserve to exist and all that. So when I say it seems as if there is a crack in IPAC, some people are for the registration right now. You're saying, nope, it's too early, you guys are in a rush and all that. Well, INEC seems to disagree with your position at the moment.
All right, quickly before we open the phone lines, we need you to know that ahead of today's hearing of the application by Emeka Ihedioha for the Supreme Court to review its judgments today in Imo State, the PDP, they've written to Tanko Mohammed, the Chief Justice of Nigeria, demanding that he and 6 other justices recuse themselves from the case. This letter was written or jointly written by Uche Secondos, who is the national chairman, and Omar Ibrahim Sari, who is the national secretary, and they are saying that there is a fear of likelihood of bias and denial of rights to fair hearing. Stick around here on 92.7 KUFM. We would always bring you the latest development on these stories. Now it's time for words to hear from you. The numbers are 0706-263-9275, 0903-939-4427, 0812-178-9154. The text line is 0807-400-9076. You have 30 seconds each to make your contribution.
Hello, good morning.
Yeah, good morning, sir.
Good morning to you.
This is Mr. Omar Osifo.
You're welcome.
Yeah, I think I've been following your program. It's a very wonderful one. I think some of us have been following this beautiful democracy we are enjoying in Nigeria. We are not comfortable with having 91 political parties. Charles, I told you the other day where I casted my vote in the last presidential election. I think we're having 91 political parties. Do you know, after the election, the voided vote, it was almost the same figure with the person that won, that's my unit 1 in Oredo was 7. You understand? We cannot continue in such platforms. If you go and look at the INEC database, go and check the invalid votes recorded throughout the federation. And secondly, according to what Tony Wayang has said, they have respect so much. Some of the political parties have their offices in under the mango tree in 21st century. No, now we cannot continue on such platform. And if you look at it,
all right, you've exhausted your time.
Okay, thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning, Africans.
Good morning to you.
My name is Open Secret, aka the radio professor and the Eastern ambassador to the whole world.
You're welcome.
I want to say that we must defend our democracy by pulling down the number of political parties in this country, because we can no longer continue to have briefcase of portfolio political parties. Maximum of 7 political parties and a minimum of 5 will help Nigeria to alternative of choices. Because from what we are saying now, people are setting up political parties as a business venture, just as people are setting up private schools and churches. So it is not recommended, it is not good, it is not healthy for us to be floating more than such multiple political parties as even up to 10.
All right. Thank you.
Maximum 7, minimum 5.
Thank you so much for your contribution. Hello, good morning.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
My name is Augustus. I'm calling from Benin.
All right, go ahead.
I think that the issue with democracy doesn't really tally in this case.
Okay, do well to call us back. Okay, we are sorry about that. I guess it's the network. Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning. What's your name and where are you calling from?
This is Sami calling from the same city of the New Kingdom.
All right, you're welcome. Go ahead.
The issue of having like one political party is not acceptable in this country to me. Because most of those political parties are being sponsored by other big parties. Some are just family affairs. So if Nigerians or the National Assembly can reduce this political party or like 3 or 4, then increasing that is going on happening in the primary election of some political party will not happen. That's what happened in River State when APC lost out. Ameti sponsored the other political party. That's what happened in Imo State. When the Collector lost out in APC, the sponsor is the son-in-law without AAC. So if we have about 3 political parties or 4 political parties, all this nonsense will not be happening. Right. Because the politics, yes, thank you. God bless you.
All right, thank you so much. Hello, good morning. All right, do well to keep your calls coming in. Don't forget the text platform is also available, 0807 400 9076. That is the text platform because as long as we know, I think we're having network issue. But let's take this one call. Hello.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Tell us your name and where you're calling from.
Turn down the volume on your radio now. Turn down the volume on your radio. We want us to talk.
Okay. I'm Kevin.
All right. What's your name, please?
I'm Kevin.
All right, Kevin, you have 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Okay, I want to say that I try to support the idea of the Israeli trying to abandon these 73 political parties. Because most of them, they are just like the Makola said, they are family affairs. And most of them, they are political adopters. They don't adopt candidates and study their candidates. So I think with no message, they should be able to reduce the requirements for them to register a political party. So that's my contribution.
All right, thank you for your contribution. This one says, good morning, KUFM. Some of our politicians and our lawyers are only too funny to argue the registration of some political parties by INEC. Many of these parties have no offices, no presidential candidates, senators, rep members, and they don't even win elections in any local government or state. Can INEC continue to waste resources for such derailed political parties? It is high time our government should make a law to have very few political parties in Nigeria. Thanks from Lagos man Oron Saye. And this one says, good morning, Charles and Goslov. Our courts are helping issues about our political parties. To me, the parties are too many. Please, they should reduce to 5 parties from Wilfred from Upper Sakwamba. And, okay, I think that's it. So, Comrade Kelly, how do you answer? Because everybody who has called has said
they are not in support of the much political parties that we have now.
Everybody has, basically, you've listened. Everybody has.
It's like I said.
In 30 seconds, please.
Sorry.
In 30 seconds,
well, if it's a general opinion, the appropriate procedure to follow in bringing the political party to an appropriate number, it should be done. No, we are not, those of us who even argue, who try to say to an extent that the registration, which we are not against really, should follow a process that is clean enough for everybody to accept. I also saying that yes, the opinions are acceptable to us, that we have so many political parties already, but we argue that as long as there is no stemming, the registration will continue, like people will continue to apply. Okay. And so at what point do you think that it will be streamlined?
So you're saying it should basically be a legislative thing?
That's the point. It's not for I and you to say, do this, do that. You understand? Because the law brought it about. Even if you say bring to 10, bring to 5, does that stop other person apply for future registration?
All right. I think this is where we are going to draw the curtains on today's program. Of course, as the matter continues, we would keep having you to talk more about this issue right here on 92.7 KUFM. My name is Godslove Orlando.
And my name is Charles Oprum. Special thanks to IPAC Chairman Edo State Chapter, Comrade Kelly Ogbaloy, for joining us on the program this morning. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you, Charles and Orlando. It's my pleasure you have me today. We'll continue to be with you as soon as you want us to be so. Thank you.
The presidency on Monday dismissed reports that President Muhammadu Buhari will be embarking on a 20-day vacation abroad. Reports surfaced on social media claiming that Buhari will on Wednesday embark on a 20-day vacation to the United Kingdom, Saudi Arabia, and Austria. However, Buhari's special advisor on media and publicity, Femi Adesina, urged Nigerians to discountenance the report. Adesina described the report as false, saying enemies of the country were behind the fake news. Elsewhere, the Minister of Transportation, Rotimi Amechi, has debunked news making the rounds that his convoy was attacked by bandits at the Rigasa train station in Kaduna State on Sunday. Amechi narrated the incident and described the story as totally false and misleading. According to him, there was never a time his convoy was attacked immediately he disembarked from the Abuja-Kaduna-bound train. He noted that the false story has further lent credence for the need by the federal government to pass the social media law in order to checkmate fake news. The national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Adams Oshomole, has dismissed the call for his removal by a group of protesters. The protesters, who are youth and purported members of the ruling party, stormed the APC National Secretariat in Abuja on Monday to demand Oshomole's removal as the party's national chairman. When asked for his reaction to the demonstration by the protesters under the edges of concerned APC youths, Oshomole said he cannot respond to a non-existing group. The protesters had demanded that the APC national chairman be removed from the office on the grounds that the party has lost more states under him. Human rights lawyer Femi Falana on Monday said President Muhammadu Buhari is running afoul of the law in his decision not to terminate the current crop of security service chiefs. Falana argued that the laws regulating military officers require the retirement of military officers who have served for 35 years or have reached the age of 60. He added that a lawsuit would be filed this week in respect of the matter. Responding to statements from the presidency cautioning against public protest against the government, Falana said such comments should be embarrassing to the president who, before he took the country's reins, had led public demonstrations. The Abuja division of the Federal High Court on Monday restrained the Independent National Electoral Commission (INEC) from the registering 31 political parties. The restraining order followed an interlocutory motion that was brought before the court by two plaintiffs led by the Advanced Congress of Democratic (ACD). Cited as defendants in the suit cited as defendants in the suit were the Attorney General of the Federation and INEC. The court, in its ruling delivered by Justice Anwuli Chikere, held that since INEC failed to file processes to oppose the interlocutory application by the applicants, the affected political parties had a legal right that ought to be protected. And finally, a news update at 10. Acting Chairman, Economic and Financial Crimes Commission, EFCC, Ibrahim Magu, has appealed to the government of the United Kingdom to extradite the former Petroleum Minister, Desiani Alison Madueke, to account for alleged missing of $2.5 billion in her ministry during the administration of former President Goodluck Jonathan. Magu, at media briefing in Kaduna on Monday ahead of the Tuesday passing out parade of EFCC trainees at the Nigerian Defense Academy (NDA), said personnel of the commission were trained to shoot and kill corruption in Nigeria. Fielding questions from reporters, the EFCC boss said Desiani has stolen so much money that she needed to be extradited to the country to return the money back to the federal government. And that's KUFM's news update at 10. Please stay with us for more interesting programs and news update on every hour. Do not forget, you can listen to us anywhere in the world, either by visiting our website at www.kufm.net, or you can download our KU mobile app from the Google Play Store. Remember, we're also live on YouTube at KUFM Nigeria. I am Godslove Orlando saying thanks for listening and good morning.
You come
KUFM news around the world. First, the headlines. Ghanaian lecturer suspended after sex for grades film. U.S. Secretary Pompeo hails Angola's anti-corruption fight. Tunisia stalemates risks forcing new election. Details of these and more after this break. I am Omoye Ogbede. The University of Ghana has suspended 2 lecturers for various periods without salary after they were filmed sexually harassing undercover reporters in a BBC documentary. The documentary exposed sexual harassment and misconduct by lecturers at prestigious institutes in West Africa. Professor Ransford Gwampo and Dr. Paul Kwame Butako, who were first suspended in October, were on Monday found to have breached the University Code of Conduct. Both denied the allegations. In a statement, the university handed a 6-month suspension without salary to Gwampo and a 4-month suspension without salary to Butako. The 2 men must also undergo training on the university's sexual harassment and misconduct policy, as well as the code of conduct for academic staff. Gwampo and Butako will only resume work after a positive assessment. If successful, they would then undergo yearly assessments for the next 5 years. The United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on an Angola visit said I apologize for that. United States Secretary of State Mike Pompeo on a visit to Angola has said one of the things that most surprised him as he traveled around the world was the level of corruption. Pompeo went on to praise Angola's President João Lourenço's efforts to combat financial crime, saying the damage it had cost the Angola was pretty clear. The United States Secretary on his first tour of Africa is keen to promote America's investment and counter China's influence on the continent while calming concerns over planned United States troops reductions. His next stop is Ethiopia in the tour of 3 African countries. He first visited Senegal. And the Boy Scouts of America has filed for bankruptcy protection in a move that the group says will allow it to build a compensation fund for sex abuse victims. The move follows a number of lawsuits filed against the organization over claims of sexual abuse, alleging it failed to prevent hundreds of cases. As a result of the move, the civil lawsuits against it are put on hold. The group is struggling with declining membership as well as abuse claims. And Europe states have agreed to launch a new military mission off the Libyan coast to enforce a shaky United Nations arms embargo. The 27 governments still have to draft a legal text for the mission after agreeing in its principle in Brussels. Luxembourg Foreign Minister said the main objective is the arms embargo. The United Nations recognized government in Tripoli is under attack from forces of General Khalifa Haftar, which control most of eastern and southern Libya. The Europe's new naval and air mission is to operate in the eastern Mediterranean, away from the migrant smuggling routes from Libya, which have caused bitter divisions in Europe. And the Prime Minister's chief Brexit negotiator has said in a speech in Brussels that the United Kingdom has the ability to set laws that suits them. David Frost has set out the United Kingdom's stance ahead of post-Brexit trade negotiations due to start next month. He dismissed the idea a Europe court would have a role in future trade disputes. It comes as France wants Britain to expect a bruising battle during talks. And dozens of people have spent the night away from home as severe flood warnings remain in places across parts of the United Kingdom. One woman died after being swept away in flood water in Rochester, while hundreds of homes have been flooded in extreme weather caused by Storm Dennis. The River Way at Monmouth in Wales reached its highest record level on Tuesday. Residents were told to leave their homes in towns near the River Severn on Monday as water threatened to top flood defenses. And the president of Tunisia, Kais Saied, has said he would dissolve parliament and call early elections if the new government lineup fails to win a parliamentary vote of confidence. The prime minister designate Elis Fakfa presented his new cabinet on Saturday, but the biggest bloc in parliament, the Islamist Ennahda Party, rejected it. Fakfa has a deadline of Friday to form a cabinet and avoid his predecessor's fate. Habib Jamil, who was nominated by him, failed to get his cabinet endorsement by parliament. The new government will have the mammoth task of reviving the economy and fixing high unemployment problem. President Saied has called on stalemate Tunisia's worst political crisis since independence in 1956. And that's KUFM's news around the world. But before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. Ghanaian lecturers suspended after sex for grades spill. U.S. Secretary Pompeo hails Angola's anti-corruption fight. Tunisia stalemates risks forcing new election. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. KUFM's News Around the World is produced by Good News Onkanjo. You can listen to us online at www.kufm.net or download KUFM app on your Google Play Store. I am Omoyo Ogbaide saying thanks for listening. Good afternoon.
The business unit number 2 Osagede Avenue off Jamide, off Giwamu, off Airport Road. Once you reach there, Waka ask them, say you won't get meter. They will tell you the process where you will take get meter. Even if your money never complete, if you say, I don't get money, Waka go. We still get payment plan as you go, they pay small. So please, we dey happy to our customers, say, may they use this window, because we don't discover and say Nigeria is not the lights until they start to be hot. Now you see all of us will come the rush. Now if they open, we they ask for meters. The meters are out. And if we never conclude this exercise, it will hard me will go another exercise, because the directive is that we must ensure that any location where we start, everybody for that location get meter. So people in this area where I mentioned, so if you know say you never get meter, I bet me you work out go our office for GRA business unit. Whether you get money or you don't get, we get option and we get payment plans for you. Then another thing I notice, some customers they come and say, Madam Gloria, they post something for our gate, say if you never do enumeration, we'll disconnect you. Even this meter where they talk so, you will reach when you will reach. Customers wey we know say they did this particular dedication, we refuse to contact these meters, we will disconnect them, because we cannot continue on estimated billing. So please, they beg our customers, say may they use this opportunity. Then our customers wey they post that kind of enumeration notice, it means that they don't come from house, say may they enumerate your house, you know they. So once you see that kind of notice, no panic. Just also waka go our business unit where they nearest to you. enumeration is ongoing in all our business units, not be only for GRA, for all the business units within across our franchise state of Edo, Delta, Ondo, and Ekiti. So once you see the disconnection notice on enumeration, just waka go our office. They will do the right thing. They will enumerate you and give you your enumeration PIN number.
All right, thank you very much, Madam Brenda, for dancing. We'll get a Musa come for the Golden Chamber. Musa, good afternoon.
I salute you, my brother, because the way the light matter just go says, in fact, as a day, I say, I didn't say I could see the sweat because last night, maybe child's play. But as Madam don't put out for everything, say, maybe only our side, maybe our friends, I could like, calm down because I don't the pump, because if heat to worry you, you call it pump, you call it fat, unexpected fatness. But then I believe everything will come down based on what she just talked. Okay, like me now. And the rainy season also come. People will change from one area to another area. They want to come up for where they carry them, go everywhere, they okay. And people like that who want to change apartment or want to move into their new house. What thing they need to do before they move into a new apartment? Because person will come for that apartment now, new person they come. And you need to know something about the light matter so that make the person not go for victim of say the person they join and they pay money will be say the person not consume. So who they move into a new apartment? What do they need to do, madam?
Okay, Osai, to we salute.
I patronize you.
All right. This thing when you talk, now another matter will they manage talk to people for office about. And now something will they avoidable because some people will come and say, hey, I just rent house, so I can't discover, say, the house where I rent, they owe 200,000 naira, they owe 50,000 naira. Some go say, I buy house. The house where I buy, I don't know, say, they owe big money for that place. I beg, if you want to acquire property, maybe in an apartment where you want buy, or in a house where you want move in, you want rent new apartment, there are some basic things you must find out, especially concerning light. First of all, visit the house to know whether light there or not, whether there is power supply or not. If there is no power supply, ask the landlord question or the caretaker, say, what make they don't get light, and the reason is behind it. Then if it is maybe an apartment you want to acquire or property that you want to buy, same follows, you will still ask them, say, waiting make una no get light. If they will give you their reasons. Without reason, you will come our office, come verify the information, whether na so it be. Because we discover that most times people go just rent out without even visiting the place. Now after they go, they say the house where I rent or the house where I buy, no power. So ensure say you visit, and then if there is no power supply, ask questions. The second one we say you will confirm, say meter dey the house. If meter no dey the house, good, ask of the bill. If meter dey the house, ask whether the meter dey work, whether na old meter wey just dey there or na new meter. Make sure say the meter, if the meter is there, is a functional meter. Wetin we mean by functional meter? Meter wey no dey obsolete. Then if there is no meter, ask for the bill. Because why I say so, they say if meter dey the premises, you can copy the meter number, come to our office. We'll give you all the necessary information that you need about that apartment. Then if there is no meter, the only way where you will take get information about that place be the bill, because through the bill we will get the account number of that premises, and then we'll slot it into our system and give you all the necessary information about the meter. Then the other one where you will ask, we say, confirm whether they pay and the last time where they pay, especially if the customer na credit meter customer, customer where they give bill. Because sometimes they'll go hide the bill, they will say we know they get bill. Meanwhile, the bill dey and you carry big money. So first of all, confirm when you ask for the bill, don't just the bill, the last bill, so that you know the level of indebtedness. Then you confirm the last time they paid. If the money where they there too many, I advise say may you waka come out, or you negotiate with your landlord how they will take pay the money. Then once we enter the apartment and we come, maybe because as you know, I don't know, because it has been on air since 2 weeks ago, we placed disconnection notice. We decided to play that disconnection notice so that all our debtors will know say that kind of exercise won't come up. Not be the one where they will say they don't give me notice, they just come disconnect. No, we don't put that notice for even me. I don't listen to KUFM. I hear her both in the morning and in the afternoon. We also use ITV and some other radio stations. Take do that announcement because after now we will go after the debtors. We cannot be complaining, say no power, and people know they pay. So I beg, before you go inherit debt where you know be your own, just ask them, and if the debt many, negotiate how and take pay. If the landlord agrees saying they will offset the debt, they will pay for the debt. Okay, good. But if they don't give you clear assurance, say the debt no enter because the debt go still there for your head.
Yes.
Now you
never enter house, don't pay
yes, you don't pay we don't advise that one at all. Then so to avoid all these ones, make sure say you visit our office because failure to do so means say you don't inherit debt where you know bargain for. Then why moving out? Because this one not be only for people when they move in. Why moving out to ensure say you follow the same process as you are moving out to save the person that is coming in. You can go to our office, any BDC office. Say so still me, I don't pay all my debt. No, I can't disconnect the house, or you even pay your debt photocopy, carry and go. So that in case if the landlord not do something, they disconnect the house because we know some apartments. Person fit move out, but electricity bulb still dey on and some other things. In that case, yes, you will because customer or tenant wey don move out of that apartment. You will show say, see the time when I move out and see the last I cleared my debt. So even if debt dey for the house, you no dey on top your head. Now that one at the landlord is dey between because you know to say person no dey the house. Meanwhile, your bulb and some other things dey on. Definitely they will consume electricity. So as a tenant, as you are moving out, make sure say your last bill where you pay, photocopy and keep as your own evidence. Then the last time you say, remember to do to others as you want me they treat you. Why I talk and so be say, if you know say if person leave debt for you, you know happy, no leave debt for another person. And this debt issue, because even as we they do this map, the major thing we they look into now reconciliation of debt, especially for customers that are on estimated bills. If you are disputing your bills, what you do pay the last undisputed bills. Waka come our office, come meet our customer care officers. They will look into the matter. Once they look into the matter, if actually we do our investigation and we notice that there are discrepancies, maybe saying it too high or it too low, we get process of what adjustment. So it's not enough to say the money said they no consumer. If you know say and you feel say the money where they there no be waiting you consume, waka come our office. Our doors are open for reconciliation and adjustment.
Well, thank you very much, Madam. Before we go the safety tips inside, that time we should be saying we call it test only line so that people will begin to send in their complaint. The number to send them come 080-7400-9076. Don't make nobody call, just send message call, we will follow it down for you. And for the WhatsApp line for 081-2178-9154. Make yourself give us your questions, your contribution, your comment. You need to send them to these two numbers. No call, please. Madam Gloria, give us some safety tips for this period.
We still they look for safety tips for this dry season where we dey so. Like we talk, our safety tips they follow the season because electricity, whether dry season or rainy season, it get the hazards where they associated with every season where we dey so. So the season where we dey so, now the season of fire outbreak. And if you notice now so fire, now we dey here. So to avoid fire outbreak where electricity they cause, make sure say you keep your environment, especially where electrical installations dey, free from all the things that can easily catch fire. No dey throw away the thing near transformer or throw away the thing where you see big substation. If it lead to fire outbreak. Another one be say, may you switch off all appliances when they in use as you dey waka comot, because if it gets power surge or spark and then fire will burst out from that socket. So we dey appeal to our customers say if they dey waka leave their house, make they ensure say they switch off all electrical appliances that are not in use. Another major one, both for rainy season and during dry season, be the use of earth leakage circuit breakers. This is very, very important. As we dey talk, if you don't understand that, call licensed electrician say, abeg oga, come test the earthing of this my house. E get wetin you take measure am. If it's small, abeg may you try to upgrade am and ensure say you get that circuit breaker. Wetin that circuit you take over current or power surge carry where e suppose go, wey be the earth, to ensure say no fire outbreak, no electrocution, no shock. Then another one wey we dey beg our customers be saying, if you dey wire your house or you dey do any other thing wey have to do with electricity, ensure say you use standard materials. No dey use substandard materials or materials wey no get quality. We dey plead say make you use the standard and the right rating for these materials. Then the third one wey dey very, very important be to our customers, illegal customers or consumers wey dey use electricity they no wan pay. During this season and even during rainy season, it's very, very dangerous and unsafe to hang wire and even attempt to bypass your meter. The consequences might be higher than the cost of electricity, because I dey talk am for this program say na who dey alive na dey use light. So I beg, I dey appeal, the consequences of meter bypass no be only for electricity theft say the sector dey lose money, it can also endanger your life and the life of your children. And the last one I want to talk about be building and trading under lines. This one still main new. If I dey drive soon, na so I go dey see am. People still trade
under power line.
Under power line.
Even build house.
Build house under power line. I even see some people, they will fence our pole and conductors join their compound. It is very, very dangerous, especially you where they fence your house, fence the pole where they for road, fence and make your compound big. When the consequences go come, my brother, it get one man.
But so to cut you short, all these kind of people now say they build on that high tension. Some go claim say they don't hear them for radio, but as BDC, you know, not get people when I go send, go tell them or go give the people and say this house when I put for here, it they very risky. You understand? Maybe they not talk say they not hear or they not get people will be say person serve the street to tell they say that they engender their lives and that of their families. Because if it don't happen now, they go tell you say they not here for radio. And some people also say, BDC, you must say they put us on that
government, I don't say government don't carry out for account.
Yes, people talk about, but how many people, some go tell you say they not here. You know, as human being they do.
Okay, me when they talk for this in studio, I don't participate for the exercise. When we work, I share letters to people say, this place where you did so, you know good, it is dangerous. Call beg, try a place. For another place. They no green here. We can't say, okay, since now no one still green here, we'll disconnect the place. When our lights no reach the house, all of them when they protest, they make noise, join her. I will tell them, say, this lights where will they talk so? As you they trade for that place, the woman say, where she go, I can't go, she no feed her children. I said, now when you die alive, now you will feed these children. When anything happen, these children, you don't remember where they day again. Because who die, no they see road. So we don't work out, we don't do sensitization exercise. We don't even do jingles, we don't write letters. And the one we can't do, we can't even write to all government agencies. We write to police, we write to state government, we write to Ministry of Infrastructure and other things. And I really want to appreciate Edo State government. They really tried for us to enforce this one where they talk, enforce the rule. And they don't do them. Even Edo State government tried to the point say they come up primary school where they for under the line, carry them go another place to show example.
Yes.
They try, but now our people, all of us, including me, they had us to obey rules. But waiting with the talk, we say this one now waiting have to do with your own safety. Okay, also, he get one man like this, he go fetch a transformer, enter in compound. No laugh.
Wow.
They tell us, they say no, you no agree here. Tell us they no agree here. You know, and this kind of thing, not be one day they happen. If you live there for 20 years, nothing will happen. But the day where it will happen, no come up for us say I won't happen because now accident 9 line snap from on one of the posts.
Drop for compound.
You drop for your compound. Where you go for? You can't go for on top of person car. And these lines when we dey talk, say why you are caught, people go just say, now why you wait drop for ground? If they carry fire.
No, don't be thick wire.
Yes, so if they carry fire, if you see where they burn like this, fuel na small. If they burn, now as e drop, now the other man say, make I go comot my motor before you go burn. As he touch the motor, now the man die. This thing why they tell you so, it happened for Benin last year. As the thing happen, the confidence, no person tell the man say, make it destroy him fence.
Fence, come carry him come on, yeah, no, take you come on, yes.
You see the danger. You feel live there for 10 years. You feel live there for 20 years.
What's it going
to happen?
You know the same message.
You know the same message.
See, even for Azagbaye, one church. I know say no be God send out that one. One church they under tension life for Azagbaye. I see am even yesterday. So that people will build that church. May they go remove that church.
You don't endanger your members because of say.
God no say.
Everyone help those who help themselves.
That place. I know say.
And true, you will be see they do anything on that power line. Like you say,
life that sense.
Because life now. Since we don't get so many messages, but the same way trip on top trip don't really up if we cannot. The one way I want to stop now, the one we say concern us and concern people for this area. But thank God, see, when you start this program, you say 4th day. Then because of the people we say just to tune in, I would like me your address. And for office here, if you notice, as you're driving, you will see saying a generator they work. We don't get light for some time. And in the bar, you see no light because information will be the fly. Enter our and say, now that time because you get one now will be say
the crisis will happen.
Crisis will happen.
Because
that crisis. Now I'm take off the light, so we won't make you clear the air too. But then that crisis really cause some for 4th day because we not get light. Because we don't tell you see one person will have something now. And I don't beg that we don't see them go old and YouTube when I not go as today. So we not get light. We not feel the bring on we not get light.
We don't know the crisis will happen. But if houses get fault for their transformer. And one of them called me yesterday, I called the BM, they cleared the fault. As they declared the fault, so now this other one happened. So now I call and first I come make say on our own call they prolong. And this fault, so as I talk and say power set on a value chain, it happened for a harbor, a transmission substation, but it affect our feeder. But we are working, I told Oga Ibrahim say we they look into that because not be only this place. You know what it mean? We say 3 business units 9 days out. So we are working with transmission to ensure that we restore power supply very soon. I still beg our customers, Simona, bear with us. I beg we regret all the inconveniences. We not say the way that they hot well. We know we understand. And even people where they do business we understand. But this one a major fault like that.
Road too, not get light too.
Where you
not get light too.
I still talk about your area when I start this program.
Talk again.
Yes, make I talk
This girl, you like play, you go play well.
This is saying a good afternoon for studio. My name is Junior. We not get live from Mufi. I believe so you don't address that matter since yesterday. Since yesterday, not even the chat. Go relax.
We are on the level.
It's a good afternoon, friends. We don't have light since last week.
2
weeks from Ogunwayi, Upper Ikenwa Road. Upper Ikenwa Road, they not get light. Okay. This one they suggest me could give a prepaid meter from Ego. So a prepaid meter and efforts now to solve all this matter. That's why can he ask BDC why they don't do medical light. They say no oil for our transformer. Say make we bring money. We don't give them. Still we don't get light. Oh yeah, we don't know the kind of oil, Madam Gloria.
Medical stores.
Oh yeah, medical store. Well, this I say good afternoon, Madam. I live in the community. It's a new area. We have completed payment for meters, and we have even bought the recommended wire. Up till now, the meter has not been installed. Why? Now very simple now.
Alright. You say what's the name of the person we talk about meter now?
This one
Hotel community from Hotel.
They not even give us the name.
But from Hotel community.
From where?
Hotel community. They don't tell us they say they don't buy, they don't pay for meter, they don't pay for the right one and the recommended one and they buy. They don't install they never see meter till now.
Okay. All right, let me attend to this then. The last caller will come from Ute community. I will take your matter up because normally we have deadline for metering when it comes under map. So I'll find out why the delay in your community. Then the other one from medical store road. Please, we know they collect money for transformer oil. We know they collect money for fixing of transformer. We know they collect money for wire. Anybody will tell you, say, may you bring money, na illegal business. Report to the office, the business unit head office there for Tezami Road, as of the business manager to give you updates about the transformer. So please, we want to use this medium to still discourage communities from donating money to anybody. It's against the rule. I beg, when you see people where they do like that, more now also help the system so that the system will help now. If you see something, say something. Carry the name of the person, come give management, say, Steve Roseman will bring money. You will see management will do the right thing because we don't encourage that. The only thing our customers need to do as customers not to pay their electricity bill. Once the customer is not owing, he's entitled to have his accessories fixed by BEDC. So one thing we notice, we say it takes two to commit a crime. Now it make them they talk aiding and abetting. So now two people, some still they dodge. Maybe you they owe, make a follow shortcuts, make I give them 1,000 naira, make them reconnect me, or make I pay them so that you know pay your debt. But that is not good. Even if you don't pay all the debt, you still pay half, we still pay part of it, do the right footing. So we they happy to our customers, I mean they know they pay money to anybody for both transformer oil, for fixing of transformer or buying of materials. Then the customer will call from Upper Camera Road, say no light, we'll look into your matter that you are not affected by this power outage too. Then for customer will call from Eko saying you want PPN. Definitely PPN will reach everybody because federal government don't already talk and say within 2 years this goes to ensure that all the customers are metered. So as we start with GRA, we'll soon reach your location because we are doing it location by location.
All right, thank you very much. Now, yeah, night time will allow us to take. The other messages will go forward and give BDC, they go act on them accordingly. Make we not forget to say, after now, we'll get some motivational Tuesday, not touch the dial, because we're going to get matter, we could sign you, we could talk together, all of us will benefit. So we'll touch it. And thank you, Madam Gloria, for the time we'll take away join us.
Thank you. I beg one last message before I leave the studio. The vandalism still day on. Kelly they talk say you don't get light now. Part of the thing that make Kelly not get light, they say they vandalize tower, those big mass for your feeder, cocoa feeder. They have to fix it. Our people have worked on that feeder for over 3 days. It's even more than 3 days, almost a week to restore that. We don't restore, it don't reach, it remains small, may forget light.
So get light.
Yes.
Sorry.
So we are appealing, please make sure say you watch over electrical installation within your location. The rate of vandalism is still very, very high, but all of us go put them together. Drive these vandals where they deprive us from getting power. Like I talk, now the word where I take leave if you see something, something.
One of the good news I'm doing for the all right, thank you very much. We'll come back now.
It's Young John, the wicked producer.
Way we need to do for inside this life, because life now says happy birthday to you. My year the midday coin my year that my year can find trouble for Africa and my year can find trouble but no guy they be past Gurumo's jump, so wants to say happy birthday to the midday coin, happy birthday to you my year, and we pray for more flesh to your bones and more creativity, more wisdom for the job where you say they do. True, my year you need to fat. Make you fat and make breeze not go. Make no to not come past breeze can go below you for. So happy birthday. Yes, so far we don't shop cake, we don't drink for inside the office today.
A small cake I chop.
Besides everything.
A small cake I chop.
And so
when you go come back, you know what I drink, you know come bring them. A small thing I chop. So later go do it for near house.
Okay, it's alright. I'm gonna be neighbors. So
yes. Now do a neighborhood stuff.
Yes.
Now so the matter be yes, happy birthday to you, Omoye. And make we only use this medium to sound to you. You will be saying yes, you will send message come especially for complaints like for BEDC, make you dey put your name and dey put the right location wey go easy to do. Some of the message now we try to forward to them, we dey see say we give them challenge because somebody will talk about 16 flat, about transformer 16 flat. Now we don't know the 16 flat, we know 16 flat we do best side, we know 16 flat we do any other place, we don't know, and you don't give us your name. So make sure they let us know those things so that we will feel the job will see easy for us. So many persons the same messages, no name, no good location. You go explain them where so that it will be easy for them to do. That one now by the wayside. I beg, this is another segment. Make nobody talk about light again. I also place it on that one so that in case of next time. This now Tuesday, motivational Tuesday. Make we talk as small as the health for the one with time go allow us. So today make we talk about when that time when you decide to jump, as when you decide to move. When you decide to move on, when you decide to say yes, you got to stay in your comfort zone when be that right time. Make we take, make we do one practical now. Make we use frog. Also, I already talk one word saying when frog don't enter inside water, inside hot water, like we can say this life. Not true. Make we use frog to do this, to drive this one on. Practical, not to drive on. Now, if you put frog for inside water. Now, remember what they talk about now, when to take the right move, when to jump, when to move on. If you put frog for inside water, for pot, for example, put on for water, the frog will just relax there. But by the time you light the gas stove or firewood, any way you want to use your lighter, now, and you get what you put the talk say degree centigrade, as it thing, the hotness they increase. The frog will try on its own to the adjust to the hotness of the water for the body temperature, but they want to adjust accordingly. But the more it adjusts, the more the water they boil, they decrease. Then when the water don't reach the boiling point, say yes, last the water don't boil, don't they boil. Now that time, the frog will come decide say it will jump, and that time when it go decide say it won't jump. Because of they feel the heat. Because of the heat, we not to get, you know, go get energy and strength to jump again. It will come the weak, and you know, will take the frog will come die. Now the question will be say, where to kill that frog? Where to kill the frog? Now be say, frog will no one make way or no one make move at the right time. By the time you don't feel the heat, you get where heat go reach. The strength way inside you, we're supposed to move before the heat go increase. If you don't move at for that particular time, by the time the heat is not too much, you don't overpower the strength. My brother, you don't get as you want. Now the water carry frog, or what you kill that frog?
I think say na him kill himself because he don't quick realize say he don't dey where he not supposed to dey. Because before na cold water he supposed to dey, he can't enter hot water. As he enter, now so he go for take move. He no come move, he can't stay. He can't stay reason and say, what did they happen? What did they happen? Now make him come weak, enough he can't get up. So regardless of the situation you are, don't let your situation consume you. As you look, say you don't see your mates, don't they move. You go reason say, this not be the life way I want to live. You need to look where, shine your eye. Look your mate, your mate when I go school, they go far, you don't go they go anywhere. Not be your environment they cause them. Now think about your life, say this thing, I get where they go for life. So don't look your environment, say your environment because you dey village. That don't mean say make you not go far. Because say you dey Benin, you dey Edo, that ain't go make you go far. So that be the matter.
Yes, when we come back from this market, we go talk with the kill the frog, we go talk more on with the kill the frog and everything we need to know. Don't forget saying in line, make I summarize what you start to talk just now. Your background don't get anything to do with your future. We go this market. With enjoyment, I will get them for the house, and Rosa Agbekan where they talk about motivation to say today na motivational Tuesday. And before that, we paint a scenario because what we talk about today now, when to take the right move, when to jump, when to move on. Now we talk about, I will take a practical example of say, okay, when you put frog for a pot, then that frog will deep the leg really enjoy it because of cold water. By the time you light and small, remember saying the comfort zone. By the time you light the fire,
go on fire. As the fire dey boil, as dey hot, the frog on its own will dey adjust the body temperature, will dey adjust to the hotness of the water. But when that water don reach boiling point, at that time the frog go come know say, this life, this world na too, and water I dey used to be this one I no understand. He go come say make him jump. By that time when he say make him jump, he don lose the energy and strength wey for take jump from the beginning. Last, the frog will come die. We come dey ask one question, say wetin kill the frog? And the people don't talk for you. True, wetin dey talk makes sense. Wetin really kill the frog? Not be seen at the hot water, not be the boiling water, not being killed, and the inability for him to decide when he go take jump, come out. Now be wetin kill him. If a quickly jump, come out. Now that we want you this medium, they tell you say you need to adjust to people and situation. Not as to adjust, make you know so okay, yes, that time don't reach for you to move on. Because not everybody you must spend time with, not everybody you go deal with. Because 20 should not be played for 20 years. And you know we remain 20 forever. Say you be 20 years today, next year you will still be 20 years. Next year is no. As they break, you be strong. So you know will be 20 forever. Make you know when to move, when to adjust according to the time, and go allow people. Not because maybe you know allow people when they use you physically, emotionally, financially, spiritually, or mentally. Even if you give them that chance, they'll continue to use you before you decide when you will take move. You say yes, that time don't reach for me to move. I need to move on. I need to do this. I need to do that. Then what will you talk about? No video to attack the frog. Now that inability for him to know when to move. When be that time we don't need to move. Now we encourage you, say make you take that move now. And now be the right time.
You know, see some people there, they like when they stay their comfort zone for too long, especially when they see small supports from different corners. They just say so good they be. Sometimes the support you they get from different corners, not to motivate you in a way we say you go still they you make that move, then constantly give somebody because you where they take from somebody all the time. Remember, say your hand now on that day, who they give you hand lit up. So for you to also go top, you need to still give person so that make your hand the day up. For you to give person, what you could do, you need to make move, break new grounds, try to do something different. Maybe say you go bring money. Not be say where you just sit down, you just express okay. Because some go say okay, because we are this so I don't just spend any money. You understand? I don't they pay bills. I don't everything I just get now free. If I can't go to that place now, I call they pay bills. You remember say who give you who get house when you know they pay bills so. If to say that person stay where he first stay, you know if you travel, go build that house, make you call the stay without you know they pay bills. That person want make they pay bills. You want make the person want make it go up, make it climb, go up, make it progress. Now you come up for a comfort zone, go also, go take build house. You where they stay now say you know what come up because now free, you know they pay bills. Brother, use your tongue, take out your teeth. Because who get house someday, he will tell you say, guy, I want to use my property. And then you go to say life not true.
You feel suffer small for small time. Later, things go bounce back. So don't look say because say you want to come up for your that comfort zone, you go suffer. So automatically you will remain there. No, but even if you suffer small, and you go enjoy. Get what you want.
The time will be say you need to face the situation and take appropriate action. We'll give one person the opportunity to talk for this matter. 07062639275 or 09039394427. Why not reach us for 08121789154? Hello. Hello.
Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Fred.
Fred, yeah. Good afternoon.
You get 30 seconds.
Okay, the fact is that I just want to really support waiting and the talk. Say yes, all those free things, they say I won't be wrong, but all those free things, at the end of the day, you know they see the account, anything. First way I'll offer you, go they progress, they go. The you way the collect them, nothing you feel account of at the end of the month or the year. Because I know things about those things.
All right, thank you very much, Fred. And you know, the content will come on our way tomorrow, Wednesday edition of the comedy service. We could decide. Not all the die, the sport crew will come let you know what in the for the world of sport after this moment. One more time, we could say happy birthday to Omoye, the media queen. We start saying a small kid.
No, the cake which you bring big. Now the one if you cut now you go cut now.
But you won't really eat omoye cake, Mister. You want omoye cake.
Can the big bring cake?
I don't know what you they talk about.
The cake is fine and it's still big. So
I don't know. I add flesh.
I didn't talk say.
She go have flesh now. She go have flesh.
What if this table when I shake it.
Okay, we say once again happy
Alright,
birthday.
happy birthday.
Yeah, more money and more life.
More inspiration too. Yes, we don't go like this, but then I can remember follow for Instagram and overrun things there. We don't go.
The facts and figures of Lassa Fever.
I can tell you now that on the show this evening we're discussing the president of the Nigerian Football Federation, Amaju Pinnick, who has come out to defend the appointment of Joseph Yobo into the technical coup of Janet Raw. And still on the show this evening, I can tell you that it's not going to be a fantastic season run in for Tottenham Hotspur. They have to be on their toes, all of them, because Heung-min Son has been ruled out for something that could be from now to the end of the season. Tottenham are still in the UEFA Champions League, and their race is on for them to get to the top four. After what happened at Stamford Bridge last night, it actually blown it wide open for either Wolverhampton Wanderers, Manchester United, Sheffield United, Tottenham Hotspur, and Chelsea, and can I say Arsenal. So we're still right in there to see if they can have UEFA Champions League at the end of the season. These and many more we'll be talking about on the show this lovely Tuesday evening, and welcome to Sport Fiesta. I'm the sports Berlusconi and Often Francis. The Bacadabra Sports Ali Ibrahim is here. Let's start from NFF. The president, Amaju Pinnick, since everybody have been criticizing, everybody we've spoken to, they've asked why, the reasons behind NFF appointing Joseph Yobo. They love him as an ambassador of Nigeria and as ambassador for the football, the brand of football player, one of the most capped players as far as the Super Eagles is concerned. But they've questioned because he's yet to obtain a coaching license. What led to NFF appointing him as the assistant coach of Janet Raw. Good evening, Ibrahim.
Yeah, good evening. Well, as I've said before, I have nothing against Joseph Yobo. I think he's a fantastic lad, served this country very well. At one point, we're having problems with some of our players honoring national team call-ups, including, unfortunately, the great Austin J.J. Okocha. There was a time we were supposed to have a friendly game in London, and he said he lost his way and all that. And some even felt his selecting some matches led to Nigeria not qualifying for the Germany 2006 World Cup. You know, there were certain talks around at that time. But Joseph Yobo was one player, since he made his debut for Nigeria at senior level. He first burst onto the international scene, junior level in 1999, Nigeria, 1999, as a forward player, if you could believe it. Then, you know, he has consistently honored national team call-ups, even when his performances in previous games were criticized, because there are some players, when you criticize them too much, they don't even want to honor the national team call-up. But Joseph Yobo was never like that. He was always coming, and that's why he is the most capped outfit player for Nigeria with 101 international caps. So I respect him for that, and I think that it is good to kind of bring him into Nigerian football. But at what time are you supposed to do that? And has he indicated that interest, that willingness to want to? As some of the players who retired with him have already started doing things that will clearly indicate that they
want to get into management.
Yeah, they want to get into the technical aspect of the sport. But he has not done that, apart from TV punditry that we have seen, and I think he's a fantastic pundit. But come on, it's not every fantastic pundit that can be fantastic. Jose Mourinho will tell you that about Paul Scholes and about so many other people. Gary Neville, you know how critical it could be when he's on air. But when he tried his hands at management, we know what happened. So it because you have you are the most capped player, you've played with under some of the best coaches in the world, does not guarantee you an opportunity to become an assistant to the coach of the national team. But Amadou Pinnick is defending that. He talked about experience and everything. Yes, I agree. Everybody agrees that Joseph Yobo has it. But are we saying at this point we can't do better than Joseph Yobo, looking at those that are also available, who have also played for Nigeria, who are also were also as committed as Joseph Yobo during their playing days? Amadou Pinnick talked about Joseph Yobo winning the Africa Cup of Nations. Well, Finidi George won the Africa Cup of Nations, and Finidi George has been into coaching, into management, so why not Finidi George in that position? There are some other former players too who have been there. As we've said, if you bring in Emmanuel Amunike right now and Gennett Raw resigns tomorrow, or he decides that he doesn't want to manage the Super Eagles anymore, if you have Emmanuel Amunike in the setup, you have no problem. He will just step up naturally. But he said Joseph Yobo has got a wealth of experience. He's won the Nations Cup and all of that, and that maybe people do not quite understand the position that Joseph Yobo has in the national team. That he knows that according to FIFA rules, the head coach and the first assistant coach, they must have coaching licenses. He knows that Joseph Yobo does not have, but that Joseph Yobo is not the first assistant coach. He made that clarification, that Joseph Yobo is not the first assistant coach. I will assume that it is Salisu Yusuf that is the first assistant coach, because if he's replacing Imama Amapakabo, Imama wasn't the boss of Salisu Yusuf. He wasn't ahead of Salisu Yusuf in the hierarchy in the Super Eagles setup. It was Genetro at the top. Then you have Salisu Yusuf before Imama, then the goalkeeper trainer. So if Joseph Yobo is replacing Imama, he is not the direct assistant. He's not the first assistant to Genetro. So that is what he is trying to explain there. So because of this, they are not violating any FIFA rules. And he also says this was how Stephen Keshi was brought into the national team setup. He wasn't the first assistant coach when he first came in. When you had Shoaibu Amadou, you had Joe Eriko, you had Stephen Keshi. So he believes that that is the kind of way they can ease Joseph Yobo into the national team setup. But even then, there are other players, other former international, which is what is really bothering Nigerians. That why Joseph Yobo, who it seems he has not really indicated any interest in this, but now that he's there, hopefully he will work hard towards it, and he can. They've said that he's definitely going to get his coaching licenses. I think that is really, really important, and that they want to tap into his wealth of knowledge, and they don't want to be relying on foreign coaches all the time. But it is we still go back to what we are saying. Will Finidi George not do the same thing? Who already has his coaching license? Will Emmanuel Amunike, who has already even managed a national team and qualified them for the African Cup of Nations, will he not achieve the same purpose? As we have said, look, absolutely nothing against Joseph Yobo. He's a fantastic lad, and we hope that he will go on to achieve success. But why not do it the way it should be done? You can bring Joseph Yobo in, but why not let him start, since he doesn't have any coaching license and all that? Maybe start at the under-20 level, or even at under-23, which is just next to the Super Eagles, just one step to the Super Eagles squad. Why bring him to the main national team? The way it is right now with the ban and though he's back now, Salisu, we are not really sure. Are we saying if for whatever reason Genetro is unable to perform his duties as the coach of the Super Eagles, is it Salisu Yusuf that will take charge immediately? So what happens if something for one reason or the other, Salisu Yusuf is unable to perform that duty? Is it not the next assistant coach that will take that? And in this case, it will be Joseph Yobo. So that's why some feel that it will have been better to have somebody who's already into coaching. But as I said, I don't think anybody has any personal problem against Joseph Yebo, because we love those who would always want to put on that green jersey to represent this country. There are millions of footballers out there. So if you ever make it, you succeed, and you don the national team, you should consider yourself privileged. It is not your right. You should consider yourself highly privileged, because there are millions of footballers. We have been lucky. We've produced some of the world's greatest players, but honestly, I have seen some players that if they had made it to the
national
Super Eagles or any of our national team, they would have been better than some of those that we saw that made it, and we are so full of praise for. Yeah, some it was injury that knocked them off. Some they didn't just have the right connections to get there, and they were not discovered. Some just rotted in the little vicinity that they are. You go to the product of my own upbringing, the barracks. You go to all the barracks in this country, you will get fantastic players. You go to the villages, you will get wonderful players. You go to Lagos alone, so many fantastic players. Here in Edo State, the secondary school football tournament that comes up every day, I've seen some fantastic players there that, if they are well nurtured, will go on to become a great superstar. So if you are ever lucky to wear the national team, you should wear it with pride, because you are very, very lucky to make it. I don't care how talented you are. There are many more players that could have been better than you if they got the opportunity.
Okay. Let's stick with Nigeria, but this is not football. We'll go back to football when we go over to Europe and talk about what is going on in the Premier League.
But there's also a football that we should be talking about in Nigeria, especially in Edo State. The Nigerian women football league, they're having their congress today in Edo State.
Finally.
Yeah.
After the Congress, the league can start.
We hope so. We hope that.
And most time when they call the local.
Yeah, that's when they will.
Praise the Lord.
But you know, they do not even have sponsors just yet. And they are also now even fighting for the money that FIFA is giving to clubs. And look, when you look at the merits of the argument, you've got to say it is true. The Nigerian women football league deserves something.
Yeah.
Because if not for what they have done, you may not even be having the league. Seriously. Because for how many years now, they don't even have sponsors, but they're able to still ensure that the league runs. And it is from there that some of these clubs are able to function. And because if there is no league, I mean, the clubs will just be there as playing Sunday football. And they don't have a platform where they can all come together to exhibit their skills and all that. So how do you put all of these things together? So fantastic players from Rivers United, Bayelsa Queens, Robo Queens, and all that.
They definitely make the national team as well.
Yeah, they make the national team.
It's difficult for the local team to...
Yeah, when FIFA, you know, FIFA gives money. Part of the money that FIFA shares at the end of the World Cup, it's for clubs, because you supply players to your national team, and your players played at the World Cup. They now release some monies to those clubs. So the Nigerian Women Football League is saying that the league itself should get something from the largest that came from the World Cup. So they are having their congress today in Benin City. So we'll be there to cover it, and then tomorrow we'll talk more about it. So it's football. And, you know, those the Benin City has over the years done well for the Nigerian Women's League. When they had their first Super 4, it was here that they did. And now that the Samuel Ogumina Stadium is back and even better, we hope after the National Sports Festival, the Super Eagles will be coming here, the Super Falcons will be coming here, the Nigerian Women Football League Super 4 will also be returning here.
Okay, back to the topic. Earlier yesterday, and of course today as well. Let's talk about it yesterday. But athletes, talking about the Nigerian Athletic Federation, and that will be participating at the forthcoming Olympics, just about 100 days away now. They have said that they will go on strike if their allowances are not paid before they go for Tokyo 2020. They've decided to come out now protesting peacefully for their monies to be paid, what they are being owed and what they are expecting because of what happened last time at Rio 2016. And This one is kind of, that one is a kind of body, but this one, Sunday Diary received him. We all know him, young Nigerian Olympic triple jump athlete, Ine Orise Meyuwa. He needs to go to the United States to further his education. Purpose his track and field events as well. He's going to be presenting Nigeria at the forthcoming Olympic, and he was having money issues and visa issues. But the Minister of Youth and Sport came in and ensured that the complaints that the United States Embassy based in Abuja, they were complaining about the money and the visa they couldn't give to him, that he gave him. So he went to the office today with some members of his family and his coach to say thank you to Sunday Diary, the Minister of Youth and Sport, and that is what happened. But let's talk about that yesterday's story about some of the athletes now complaining about unpaid wages.
Yeah, I hope we will be able to go to the Olympics and do well. I hope so, because of just not ideal. Blessing Okagbare, we had a voice on the show too some months back, and she talked about, look, do you know how much an athlete spends? Do you know how much he or she pays for medicals alone? Do you know how much the person pays to his or her physiotherapist? Not to talk of when you see them participating in different meets, you sometimes have to sponsor yourself to this event before you can even participate. Not to talk of first you have to qualify and all that. So all of these things cost money. They need sponsors and they need a federation that is united and everything going smoothly. But unfortunately, in Nigeria, that is not the case. So, with what the minister has initiated, adopt an athlete, adopt a facility. So maybe this ones could help. Like we know our own deputy governor has also adopted an athlete. So maybe that strategy will be what would bring some smiles to our faces at the Olympics. But I'm even thinking maybe this Olympics is coming too soon for us to really do something. If you look at wrestling, for instance, I will be.
4 years
I will listen, Francis. I will be disappointed.
Yeah.
I'll be sorely disappointed if Nigeria fails to get at least one medal in wrestling because of the preparation, because of how good our athletes are. Our wrestlers, Adekure Oduna, she's consistently over the last 3 years, or even 4 years or 5 years, ranked amongst the top 3 in the world. The same thing for Blessing Oboro Dudu. Mercy Genesis is on the same. We have so many wrestlers that are doing great stuff. They go to the African Championship, they excel. They go to the qualifiers, they are doing superbly well. So you get that feeling that something will happen. So if we are unable to get any medal from wrestling, I will be very disappointed. But for athletics, I am telling you, I am not expecting any medal. Seriously. If we get, I'm going to applaud, I will celebrate, just the way we did at the World Athletics Championship, and S.A. Brome got the only medal for us. So I hope that we'll get something like that. But the way we have all these issues happening here and there, it's really unfortunate. Look at the para athletes, the special athletes that have been doing
social, getting medals.
Yes, but you see now what is happening in para powerlifting. You saw what happened at the last World Para Powerlifting Championship. We thought the medal stable, but there was crisis. The president resigned, and now we are beginning to hear all sort of sordid things being said and all that. I don't know how true they are, but it's just quite unfortunate that we can't seem to get sports administration right in this country. We've got the potential. First, you've got the human capacity. There are so many people in this country, and that naturally gives you an advantage because you have more people going into sports, and so there's that tendency that you will likely develop more talented athletes than some other countries, and it's across different sports. But because we are not managing it very well, you sometimes have athletes that are not supposed to be the best going to represent you, or even if they are the best, because they didn't get enough preparation, there is a problem. If they get enough preparation, one logistics issue could mess things up. We saw what happened at the last World Athletics Championship. Blessing Okagbare and Divine Ogutu having to, because they pull out from the 100 meters, they disqualify from the 200 meters. You know, all of this issues, and it's just so sad sometimes when these things happen. So I hope that this adopt an athlete policy would help us to just kind of at this Olympic Games get something. Then we now begin to prepare, not just pay lip service to it. Everybody says you cannot start preparing for the Olympics 1 month before. It is from the last Olympics that you prepare. But that was, Rio 2016 was just like yesterday. Remember when Usain Bolt was preparing to go to his final Olympics? We're talking, it was just like it happened yesterday. But now we are talking Tokyo 2020. It's this year. It's just in a couple of months' time that we are going to have Tokyo 2020. And after that, we will be having the 2024 Olympics. And by now, we should be thinking about even the 2024 Olympics and no longer Tokyo 2020. But here we are on the verge of Tokyo 2020. We're talking about how ill-prepared our athletes are, all the problems that we have.
Why do we always find ourselves in this condition?
I don't know what is going on and why, for a country that is so passionate about sports, we are unable to get it right. If you get it right in terms of the administration, the talents are there naturally. You have them in abundance. If you are able to, harness the power of sports and you get administration right, Nigeria will produce world champions in boxing, in athletics, in wrestling, in weightlifting, in different sports. Football, naturally, we know how good we are, and we have won the World Cup, we've won the Africa Cup of Nations, we've won the Olympic gold medal in football, but we could have also won the Under-20 World Cup. And, Pele predicted that before the turn of the last century, or this century, that is before the year 2000, that an African team will win the World Cup. No African team won the World Cup, but 2 African teams, Nigeria and Cameroon, won gold at the Olympic Games. Yes, but with administration, with proper administration, we will have been able to win it. Danny Jordan, once I attended one lecture where he was a guest lecturer in Lagos, and he talked about how in 1996, that period, Nigeria was the best footballing nation in the world because we were able to win the Olympic Games. And you will agree with him because those players, most of them were under 23. So you have under 23 players, you won the Olympic gold. And you look at those players that we had then, Daniel Lamokachi, Kanu Nwankwo, Austin J.J. Okocha, all these guys were in the Super Eagles. Uche Okechukwu. So all you needed to do was to add the other ones from the Super Eagles, apart from Uche Okechukwu, Daniel Lamokachi, and Emmanuel Lamorike, who were the only above 23 age 23 players then. So we were supposed to dominate in Africa in 1998, but somehow, because of some political nonsense, we refused to go to the Africa Cup of Nations in 1998. And CAF, remember, CAF banned us for 2 occasions, for both the 1998 and 2000. It was because of the death of Abacha that they eventually allowed us to participate in the year 2000, which we hosted. So if we had got things right in the past, by now I believe Nigeria ought to have at least played in the final of the World Cup, even if we had not won it. We have won Olympic gold in athletics at the Olympics, 4x400 meters, although by default we won it in long jump. By now, Nigeria ought to have won at least 10 gold medals in athletics alone. The football gold that we won in 1990, we should have won maybe 1 or 2 more. We've been to the final, we've been to the semi-final, we even won the bronze. So if administration was just a little bit better, we'll have been able to achieve much more than we have in sports.
Sad, but hopefully that the future will be bright for Nigerian sport. Okay, let's talk about Tottenham Hotspur and how roughing the game has been able to fighting them. They are fighting to get to the top four. At that process, they lost their talisman, Harry Kane. Now, okay, Harry Kane is not going to be back. Maybe till now, at the end of the season, Ryumi's son is there, but the young man is out now. And to think about that, this young man got injured at the first few minutes of the game, played the game to the end of the game, got a brace for them, and even led them to winning against Aston Villa Developer, which was a very difficult game for them. 3-2. Now, you think about him not playing for the rest of the season. Harry Kane out. Yes, they have good defenders, they have good midfielders, but who provided goals for them?
Unfortunately, he fractured his arm during that 3-2 win over Aston Villa, in which he scored a brace, first a penalty, which was saved, but he was able to tap in the rebound, and then a breakaway goal. Fantastic. I jumped out of my seat when the defender missed it. I just knew that it was Son. He was going to score. Remember that Mourinho's son said he calls on Sonaldo because of his skills and everything. Look, it has been pretty rotten luck for Tottenham Hotspur. You forgot to mention even their first choice goalkeeper.
Yeah, recently just came back.
Yeah, he's just returning from injury because there was one mistake he made. He fell awkwardly, which led to a goal, and his arm was twisted awkwardly, and he was out for months. And now Son also fracturing his arm, and he will be out. It's pretty rotten luck. They have just got exactly where they wanted to be, just 1 point behind Chelsea, and they'll be playing against Chelsea this weekend. So it was looking like time for them to really charge for that top 4, and now it's really terrible. But I think Jose Mourinho is a pretty capable manager. They will be maybe now saying, okay, it's good that we got some players in, especially the young striker in January, and so maybe they would be able to cope. But you don't any side that would have to play without Harry Kane and Son. It's a big ask. It's really a big ask. I don't know how they can cope, especially when the battle for the top 4 is so tense right now. It will be really a huge achievement if they are able to make the top 4 and qualify for the Champions League. Let's remember that as at the time that Jose Mourinho took over, Tottenham Hotspur were 12 points off 4th place. Today, they are just 1 point behind the 4th place. That tells you how much work he has put in and how well the club has been able to play. I remember that they've had to play without Harry Kane last couple of games, but the results haven't been exactly woeful for them. They have been able to get some pretty decent results even without a Harry Kane. So I'm sure Jose Mourinho will work his magic, find a way around it, and try to cope.
Okay, I hope that they will be able to cope. But one of us tweeted that since no Harry Kane, no Heung-min Son for Tottenham, there will be no excuse for Frank Lampard and his lads not to be able to beat Tottenham this weekend, because
some of the clubs that have beaten Chelsea even at Stamford Bridge, they have Harry Kane and Heung-min Son. So it doesn't really matter how good are Chelsea themselves.
Right,
when Chelsea, they could say, well, we were unable to sign in the summer, so that's why we are not performing this well. So I don't think it's about Harry Kane. Yes, it is a considerably weaker Tottenham Hotspur. With Harry Kane, they are much stronger. Nobody in the world will dispute that. When you have Harry Kane in your side, you are a much better threat. And of course, Heung-min Son, he has done it to Chelsea several times in the past. He has caused them so much trouble. So they will be relieved that he's not going to be playing. But they have played against teams that didn't have these superstars, and they have not been able to, in many occasions, they've not been able to.
It's for a Titan, a Fury Wilder 3.
Yeah.
The question is, Brian, I have no problem with them having a third go at it. Maybe who gets the winner, you have to fight again for us to be sure of who is really the champion between them. Is it a way for both of them to really actually avoid AJ?
Well,
because if they fight this weekend, 22nd, right? Then did they get to avoid AJ because there's a third meeting for them?
Well, AJ has got to beat Pulev first.
Obviously.
You remember that many thought, he and Andy Ruiz, it was going to be AJ who will win. And then after that, we will definitely be talking about, because Fury and Deontay were, they've had that fight before. Yes, they've had the fight before and the row is Wilder 2. I was glad at the speed at which they made it happen. But now, Tyson Fury has let the world know that there is in the contract a third fight. That is, whatever happens in the second fight, the guy that loses, has a right to challenge for a third fight. And if that's what they want, fine. But honestly, if there is a clear winner, if maybe the else Triple G should have won, and now you could see the need for a third fight between them. But if it had been a knockout for Canelo, or Triple G had knocked out Canelo, I don't think the world would clamor for a third fight between these guys. So if we go to 12 rounds, Tyson Fury for some reason is insisting that he will not win if it goes to the 12th round. That is, if he doesn't knock out Deontay Wilder. So apparently he's got, he won it. Well, I've watched that fight. I think both boxers had some big moments in that fight, but you will have to feel that the biggest moment went to Deontay Wilder because he knocked down Tyson Fury. The first time Fury got back right off, but the second time he had to take his time before he got back to his feet. So I would want to see the Fury Wilder 2 to know whether I would want to see a 3.
Okay.
If there is a knockout and it's clear that one person won, I don't think I would want to see a third fight between these gentlemen. I would instead want the winner of the fight to take on Anthony Joshua.
Okay, that's that. Of course, it's time for you to be part of the show this evening. Remember, the numbers are 0706 263 9275 or 0903 939 4427 or 0812 178 9154. The lines are already big. Hello, caller, please tell us your name, where you're calling us from.
Just a morning now. Good evening. Greetings from Jared.
Greetings to you.
Yes, I'm very sad today because of the VAR yesterday against Chelsea. I don't know. I think I don't know where VAR came from. I don't know who brought it. I think it's not a good thing. I don't know why you laugh. You have right to laugh, but I'm very sad. How can you score 2 goals and they tell you VAR?
Sorry about that, but I think for the second goal, I could agree with the VAR, but I don't like the lines, the red and the black lines. I don't like it. But for the first goal, I have my own reservations about that. I think it was a penalty that should have been given to Chelsea, or the goal should have stood for Chelsea. Probably that would have prompted them getting the second goal.
I also blame Chelsea for not doing business during January. Now we are blaming VAR. Yeah. If you had signed, if you had signed even the edge at January opening, it could have been a bit easier. Oliver Giroud, I don't know why they kept him in the bench. Now, if you are over 30 years in Chelsea, you are like a sinner. You are like a criminal. I don't know. Age is normal for everybody. Don't know what Lampard is thinking about. Batshuayi, he was off. Yesterday tried, but it was off there for him. Sorry, I want to ask. We were all feeling sorry for this guy that died, this basketballer, Kobe Bryant. Okay. Has anybody asked what's really led to his death? Why is America quiet? What are they investigating? I'm beginning to think a calculation here. I'm sorry, I'm not saying, but I am saying that some powers that be, they know what happened to this guy. Because America, but I know if it is not like that, by now every day they would have been giving us information.
But have you not been following the news about the investigation?
I'm following the news, but nothing concrete. It's the same story. What happened?
Yeah, it was a crash now. The helicopter crash.
How can you say
hold on, my brother.
Between an explosion and a crash. I see every time.
That's why I asked whether you've not been following. So let us tell you what they said happened. The pilot of the helicopter wasn't licensed to fly in certain weather conditions. And the weather conditions on that day was adverse. So he wasn't supposed to fly. He wasn't licensed to operate the helicopter in that weather condition. In fact, the helicopter company itself is not supposed to, they were not supposed to, they are not licensed to operate in that kind of weather. So what you should have done was to wait. Of course, we are just talking now with the benefit of hindsight. It's only God who knows what will happen.
Do you know what
the helicopter was not supposed to fly in that condition.
Okay, there is a difference between a plane crashing due to weather conditions and a plane exploding up there, or an helicopter exploding up there.
It did not explode on its own. It crashed into a hill before it exploded. Yes, I am not a scientist.
From the beginning, we had an explosion. Later in the story, it was crashed.
I don't know what.
Anyway, we want to hear. We need answers. We need answers.
We are trying to give you answers if you only listen. You know what they told us happened. You said you've not had anything, so I'm trying to tell you this is the report that came out almost a couple of days after they had already given us some of these things. So one, the pilot, he wasn't properly licensed. Yeah, although they said he could, he was licensed to use the instruments in the helicopter, but the helicopter company itself, they were not permitted to fly in certain weather conditions. Remember that, I think it was the same, Jose Mourinho was talking about Odion Igalo not being allowed to train with the rest of the Manchester United team and all that. I was trying to tell him, well, it is protocol. So if you do not follow protocol and something happens, yes, Odion Igalo came into the UK. They tested him at the airport. He was negative and everything. But the medical procedure says 14 days in quarantine. So he's not supposed to mix with anybody. And that is the same way they treat everybody. So if, for instance, they did not follow that protocol and suddenly, unfortunately, not Odion Igalo, someone else comes in and they did not follow this laid down protocol, then the person brings the coronavirus into the UK. I mean, is it not, will you now be blaming the UK government, whereas somebody violated the protocol? So this same situation, they have said this helicopter company, you're not permitted to fly in certain weather conditions, but they did, and something happened. And from what they told us, he crashed into the face of a hill. And as at the time, they even said they couldn't locate him on the radar, and they were even advising him not to fly.
Sure, talk to us.
For my yesterday, I was very happy for winning the match. For that Chelsea first goal, I think what they really look at is that time that Fred put a hand on this Chelsea captain, is that time as good as they have the ball, and as good as cannot win that ball in front of this guy, that way push Williams.
The truth in that incident, Aspilicueta did not even touch the ball before Zina even smashed into the back of the net. I think it was a mistake from the personnel there. They did not start from the beginning. Probably the fact that the contact of Fred on Aspilicueta was not enough to lead to Aspilicueta pushing William. But I feel that when you play, you know you run. Now once you're pushed, just a little you fall.
A little push, so that's what I'm they look at it and they say, and they just win that ball. If that push from Aspilicueta will come, for them to win that ball. So I think that is what they look at it.
Yeah, if he hadn't pushed William would have won the ball. I agree with you. Yeah. All right, thank you. Oh, sorry, I didn't get to you early, but I guess I have this one. Hello. Maracana.
Maracana. Maracana is blessed.
Why you the best?
Maracana is blessed. This man, my lamp, maybe I put a second. No, Pochettino. Yes, okay, coach, listen. No beating when they win. Even if we manage, we win any beating. Then we play ball where we lose. And then we not play where we lose. Then we meet no beat withdraw. We meet Sebastian withdraw. We meet beating, we lose. I mean, if you made a second, then look at Pochettino.
All right.
Hello, sir.
Thank you.
Hello, thank you, sir.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, good evening.
Hi, good Francis. Good evening.
Good evening.
Everyone, good evening.
Good evening, sir.
Mario Committee Chairman, calling from here.
All right, Mario Committee Chairman, talk to us. Go first.
Yeah. I'm happy leading. Anyway, for Mario to win 3 over Chelsea for the season.
Yeah. Kind of funny. 2 games in the Premier League, Chelsea couldn't get to score against Man United.
Three games this season. 2
Okay.
in the Premier League, then we also had the League Cup. They beat Chelsea
at Stamford Bridge. Okay, that Marcus Rashford
three times
free kick.
this season.
Yeah.
Ole Gunnar Solskjaer has taught Frank Lampard the bitter lesson.
Kind of sad anyway. Sorry, Man United committee, you have to call us back. Against network made it impossible for us to continue to talk to you. Hello.
Yeah, my children.
Brother Philip Otobo.
Yeah.
Good evening.
What of my cousin, Larissa?
He's off today, but he'll be on tomorrow.
Okay, that's good. Brian, how do you do now?
Fine, sir. Wonderful.
I already told you, I don't see, I was just coming here, like, quickly pick my radio. There, I heard you talking about the Yobo. I didn't know how it started, but I know I made mention of
Football Federation. Amadou Penik is saying that people should take it easy. He will get his coaching license, and they know what they are doing for appointing him as assistant. And he said he's not the first assistant coach to Janet Ross. So it is the first assistant coach that FIFA says must have a coaching license.
Yeah.
Okay, let quickly give me lecture on this one.
Hello?
Hello, sir. He has to attend the coaching schools first. Not get the license.
Yes, to get the license, you must attend the coaching courses, yes.
And so you have to attend now. Because you cannot just pick up a coaching.
You see, what they are saying, what the NFF is saying is that Joseph Yobo is not the first assistant coach to Janet Roy. It is the first assistant coach. You know, you don't have just one assistant.
Yeah.
There are 3 or 4. Yeah, so Yobo is the first
it's good now, so that he can learn now.
Yes.
Okay, it's better. Let the other thing can learn. I think it's better that way.
Yeah.
Thank you so much. God bless you guys. About the helicopter that tried the football, the basketball. I think the company that owns that helicopter should be held liable. It should take compensation.
Trust me.
And that means yes.
Trust me. If they are in the grieving period, when they are done.
Is it the helicopter company now that is at fault, or the pilot who knows that he is
employed by the company? Yeah. So they know that in order to work when he was working.
Trust me.
Yes.
And the family, they are going to come out. They are grieving now, but I think once they are okay, we are going to be hearing lawsuits from one place or the other because.
All right. Thank you. God bless you guys.
We have to take this break, sir. We have to let you go. We have to pay some bills. We'll be right back. Please stay with us.
If they find event center will not get right back wella, let's not even there will be say yes go give you better events. They still pay into event management. Make carry your eye come see American Wonder for inside Benin City. Same event center Tanda Gripa for 171 Saple Road between Satana Market and Magistrate Court for Benin City. For booking and reservation, I beg you call us 080-5326-8889 or 070-3066-8234.
So what you talk to us?
About a month yesterday, I think it was county that followed the pitch, due to injury that they actually spoiled the match for Chelsea yesterday. Chelsea was doing Pedro, I don't understand. He still hasn't changed. He's not precise in his play, Not chances yesterday. We have always been through the game. Anyway, they are not supposed to have the good things. That the match was okay. Now you will be tried. But they are not waiting for him to score. You have to have buried that ball into the net.
My seat. I was going to say,
I'm telling you,
this morning for just ordering Galo.
I'm telling you, and I think only has confidence in him. So I played him, at all yesterday. He tried. Please, Alpha.
Ibadan, please. Use Ibadan, very insurance.
Well, we're playing invitational tournaments for now. As far as the NNL is concerned, they are.
I mean, what they are doing the table.
I think they are first. Before
they were first, yeah. Although they played again more than Crown FC, that was supposed to be their next game opponent.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That's sure.
I'll take one more call and go over to the text messages. Hello.
Yeah, that bell is calling. Good evening, sir.
Dan. I wasn't expecting your strong enough to call us, right?
I got my son, I got good evening. Although I know what did not yesterday, but I was listening. No. It's unfair now. 4-0, 2-0. Can you compare 2-1 or 2-1-0? 2-1. It's unfair. I think he has to blame himself somehow for not all the same. I wish him all the best. Maybe in next match he's going to score. Thank you.
Thank you too. All right, let's take a look at the messages now.
Okay, quite a few. Really, concerning his debut, it was nice to see beautiful moments from our United fans all over the world. All right. Good day, sport professors. Why is Lampard benching Giroud and his number one goalkeeper? I think the stubbornness may cost him top four finish. Dr. Sharif, though you never walk alone. Oh, Dr. Sharif, been a while though, so you are a Liverpool fan. Okay, all right. Hello guys. Poch didn't sign any players and got to the final and qualified for Champions League next season. Why excuses for Lampard? Come on. The Tottenham Hotspur team that Poch did not need to sign any player to add to. I mean, that was a very complete yesterday. Everybody was talking about the VAR issue. And look, I don't know if you said the
break on KU 92.7 FM, Benin City. First, the news headlines. President Buhari seeks National Assembly's approval to exempt aviation agencies from taxes and revenue remittances. NSCDC arrests 12 illegal UTME operators in Imo. NSCDC discovers Indian hemp farm in Anambra School. On entertainment, Nollywood's Brian Okwara welcomes son with girlfriend. Details of this and more after this break. I'm Benjamin Cattery. Now for the news in detail. President Muhammadu Buhari has forwarded to the House of Representatives 3 executive bills which seek to stop 3 aviation agencies from paying taxes to government and remitting funds generated from their operations to the Federation account. The agencies include the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN), Nigerian Airspace Management Agency (NAMA), and Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA). The prayer of the NCAA bill especially contravenes sections 162 and 80 of the 1999 Constitution, which compel all aviation agencies of government to remit revenues generated to the Federation account. Copies of the bills, exclusively sent to the House of Representatives and Senate, are to repeal acts setting up the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA), the Federal Airports Authority of Nigeria (FAN), and the Nigeria Airspace Management Authority (NAMA), and to reenact fresh laws to give the agencies more regulatory and financial powers. The new NCAA law also seeks to impose a 5% tax on sales of air tickets by airlines in the country. The Senate on Tuesday confirmed the nomination of Captain Musa Nuhu for appointment as the Director General of the Nigerian Civil Aviation Authority (NCAA). The approval of the Senate followed the presentation and consideration of the screening report of the Senator Smart Adeyemi-led Senate Committee on Aviation at plenary in Abuja. President Muhammadu Buhari had on January 20, 2020, forwarded a letter nominating Captain Nuhu to the upper chamber for screening and confirmation as the DG of NCAA. Senator Adeyemi in his presentation said that the committee found that Captain Nuhu has requisite experience, possesses relevant academic and professional qualifications, and that there was no petition against his nomination. His recommendation that the Senate should adopt the report of the Senate Committee on Aviation and confirm Captain Nuhu was approved by the Senate when put to voice vote by Senate President Ahmad Lawan. Speaker of the House of Representatives Femi Gbajabiamila says the constitutional amendment is needed before Nigerians in diaspora can be allowed to vote. Gbajabiamila said this at the Diaspora Voting Stakeholders Workshop in Abuja on Tuesday. He said that millions of Nigerians who reside outside the country have as much a stake in the present and future of Nigeria as those who live in the country. The speaker said there was need to check if Nigeria was ready for diaspora voting because elections conducted come with lots of issues and many litigation afterward. Gbajabiamila said the workshop provided an opportunity for all stakeholders to jointly consider the value of the proposals being currently offered and develop a workable plan of action for policymakers and the general public. Chairman, Senate Committee on Diaspora, Dr. Ajibola Bashiru, said the agenda of the 9th Assembly was to work for Nigerians, but the issue of diaspora voting should be a consensus with Nigerians. We'll take a short break. When we get back, the news continues. Stay tuned.
KUFM.
That first baby cry in the labor room, and within the first 1 hour of birth, baby should be put in mother's breast. That first yellowish milk, colostrum, is the baby's first immunization and has the right nutrient baby needs to grow healthy, strong, and sharp. Ask the health worker to put your baby to the breast within the first hour. Give only breast milk, no water, no fluid, exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong, zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Tribe and other partners.
Welcome back. Still in the news. Imo State Command of the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps, NSCDC Owerri, said it arrested 12 illegal unified tertiary matriculation examination registration operators. According to the agency, the suspects were arrested in Owerri, Okigwe, and Olu areas of the state for accepting money above the 4,700 naira official rate for the examination. Briefing journalists on Monday, the state commandant of the NSCDC, Raji Ibrahim, said the operators were arrested at different times. Ibrahim stated that the illegal charges varied from the computer-based testing center to the other. He stated that the arrest will be a deterrent to people who might want to extort money from members of the public. Similarly, the Nigeria Security and Civil Defense Corps on Tuesday said it has discovered a large farm of Indian hemp inside a school compound in Anambra State. A 45-year-old man, Obi Okafor, suspected to be the owner of the farm, has been confirmed arrested by the corps. The Anambra State NSCDC Commandant, David Bile, disclosed this at a press conference in Awka, the Anambra State capital. He said the suspect was arrested for stabbing a security guard in the school during the altercation following the discovery that he planted the substance in a large expanse of land in the school compound. Bile said the corps has commenced an investigation to ascertain how the suspects came about cultivating the illegal substance in the compound, adding that the suspect will be handed over to the National Drug Law Enforcement Agency to face the law. The International Organization for Migration, IOM, and the Nigerians in Diaspora Commission, NIDCOM, have expressed readiness to work together on diaspora matters. Their resolve to work together was contained in a statement issued by the Media and Public Relations Officer of NIDCOM, Gabriel Odu, in Abuja on Tuesday. He said the two organizations will brainstorm on how best to address diaspora data mapping and registration, skill and knowledge transfer, as well as the draft national diaspora policy. Speaking at the meeting, representative of the Chief of Mission, IOM, and National Projects Officer, Labor, Migration and Diaspora, Elizabeth Porge, said the decision to work together was to give status and update on the draft national diaspora policy. On the action plan, she said the two organizations will establish a standing committee for effective coordination with other relevant stakeholders. Gunmen suspected to be pirates have attacked an oil barge along the waterways of Lutsegbene, Ekeremo local government area in Bayelsa State. It was gathered that they killed 4 soldiers escorting the barge and 2 civilians. Others in the vessel were said to have escaped with gunshot wounds by diving into the water and swimming to safety. The incident, which happened on Sunday night, reportedly unsettled the community as troops were said to have mobilized to the area, asking residents to produce the perpetrators. It was reported that angry soldiers have started burning some houses in the area due to residents' inability to identify the suspect. A source from the council who spoke in confidence said the soldiers were escorting the barge from Port Harcourt in River State to Warri in Delta State when it came under attack. Up next is entertainment after this break. Stay with us.
First 6 months of a baby's life brings that first smile, that first laugh. For the first 6 months, don't give water. Breast milk has everything baby needs to grow strong and sharp. For the first 6 months, give baby only breast milk. No water, no fluid, no other food. Exclusive breastfeeding. Start strong. Zero water for a better future.
This message is from the Federal Ministry of Health, Edo State Government, with support from Alive and Thrive and other partners.
You're still on to News Break on KU 92.7 FM, Benin City. Over now to entertainment. Nollywood actor and former Mr. Nigeria, Brian Okwara, has announced the birth of his first child, a baby boy, with his longtime girlfriend and former Miss Earth, Nigeria, Marie Miller. The proud dad shared pictures of his girlfriend with her baby bump and wrote, "It's a boy." The proud father had earlier taken to his Instagram page on Saturday morning to announce the pregnancy with a photo of Miller happily flaunting her bare baby bump, which she captioned as "My Valentine." And lastly, British singer and songwriter Elton John apologizes to his fans in New Zealand late on Sunday after he lost his voice due to walk-in pneumonia and was forced to cut short a concert in Auckland. John broke down in tears at Auckland's Smart Stadium after he was unable to sing in spite of receiving medical attention. The legendary singer, who won an Academy Award last week for Best Original Song in his own biopic, Rocket Man, had to be assisted from the stage after attempting to launch into the song Danielle. John had told the crowd early in the concert he was ill and his voice was short, but he was determined to put on a great show. The concert was part of John's farewell Yellow Brick Road tour. John is to play 2 more Auckland shows on Tuesday, February 18th and Thursday, February 20th. The event promoter, Chog Entertainment, said the shows are expected to go ahead as planned, as doctors are confident John will recover. And that's the news, but before we go, a quick recap of the headlines. President Buhari seeks National Assembly's approval to exempt aviation agencies from taxes and revenue remittances. NSCDC arrests 12 illegal UTME operators in Imo. NSCDC discovers Indian hemp farm in Anambra school. Do remember that the continued unity of Nigeria is a collective responsibility. Be sure to play your part. KUFM News Break was produced by Blessing Asekome. I'm Benjamin Kaderi saying thanks for listening. Good evening.
We no get light for Upper Siloko. Okay. You didn't add your name. I guess you just texted to complain. Well, what can we say? This one says, good evening, Suba, and any other person out there. Are you serious? Benjamin is here. It says, I am enjoying the show. Keep it up, guys. Please register me. I'm Tonero from 2nd Junction, Akpakpava. Tonero, thank you so much for the message. Good evening, Soba and Uncle Benjamin. How are you guys doing? My side good, oh. Rain beats me, come house. So it says, I'm loving the jams, though. I'm getting warm already, just dancing. All right, he says, please.
Rain, that's like a blessing.
Oh, well. Right. He says, please register me. I'm excellent boy from First East Secular. Loving you guys like no man's business. We love you too, man. We love you. This one says, good evening, Soba and Bro Benjamin. Okay, it's raining. Cats and dogs. Rats and mouse, this one says. Okay. In my area, you get tea. Okay. We have hot water, though. You might just have to get your own, your own beverage, but we have hot water. We can give you that. Thank you so much. His name is Chidi. Chidi texting from Apa Uwa. All right, Chidi, thank you so much for the message. This one says, good evening, Soba and Benjamin. Enjoying the Drive Time show. Thanks for the good playlist. Happy birthday to the Midday Queen. More, yeah. It says, Uber Road is cool and thank God for the rain. It's me. Oh, you are welcome. Thank you so much for the message. Okay. This one says, good evening, Soba and Benjamin. Where is Vero? This is an Omami question right there. If you ask me, now who I go ask? All right, thank you so much for the message. It goes on to say, happy birthday to Omo, yeah, a.k.a. Cardi B. We love you. James, thank you for the message. Addison says, good evening, and good evening, Soba and Marvelous Benji. Soba, that's your bomb shot picture is a gunshot on Instagram. Take that from Mama. That's I think it's Peruzzi's song. Yes, I think it's Peruzzi. Well, thank you so much, Tega, for the message. This one says, good evening, loving the Drive Time show like Kilo Day. Nice playlist, I've been dancing. But cold still. Okay, it says, whether hot eba will reach me as per your prescription. Okay, thank you so much. You didn't add your name. Who are we sending the hot eba to, just in case, yeah? You didn't add your name, so what can I say? Sorry. Benjamin?
All right, let's go to the SMSs. This one says, good evening, KU crew, enjoying your show, loving you guys. In fact, you guys really make my day. Ben and Queen of the Radio, so about loving you guys. Kingsley from Sabler Road, thanks, Kingsley. This one says,
okay.
So, good evening, Ma. How are you doing? Hope you're doing good. Happy birthday to our Cardi B. Omoye. Wish her long life and prosperity. More money to her account. More strength to be able to work, and I wish her what she wishes herself. Well, there is no traffic here, although some days ago a little accident happened, and I was involved in the accident, but thank God everywhere is okay now. Elvis from Lucky Way.
Thank God you are fine, Elvis.
Peace, yes. Okay, and this one says, Soba, good evening. How are you doing? I'm loving your show, Celestine from Sensei.
Celestine, thank you so much.
Sensei, well, okay. This one says, on a good evening, how on a day? Now, wow, for the rain, the rain beats me to the extent, say, water, where I squeeze come out for my clothes, go reach, take, build, duplex. Anyways, I don't reach house already. The only food I can't wait for. See you guys at 8:30 p.m. Junior
from Apalawani. Thank you so much.
This says, good evening. So, you were hot on your video. I'm feeling the vibes. Please register me, Ose from
Oh, sir, thank you so much. If you're guys wondering, what they're talking about, you can just go check it out on Instagram, Real Soba on Instagram. Okay. All right. This one simply says, "Good evening, Soba and Benjamin. How are you guys doing? I'm enjoying the show and the playlist, so keep it going. And happy birthday to Omo, yeah, my darling." And this is from DJ Smith. More messages will be taking much later on the show. All right. Now we have a sponsored program coming up. Right after that, of course, we will bring you the news at the top of the hour. And then, of course, the Spell Request show comes up also within the 8 o'clock hour. You don't want to go anywhere. It's still the drive time show, but we're stepping out for a bit. Here is T-Cross. The song's titled Counting the Money.
Oh, na, 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 yeah. Oh, na, 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 na.